remember those commercials. What was the commercial series with the guy who was the former convict who had the? I did the parody of it. Where it was if your kid was a troubled kid or
that guy was a former convict.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Yes, it was. I forgot the name of it. But it was the essentially getting your kids' crap together.
Right. Yeah.
But I've forgotten the name of it. I do have some entertainment stories to pass along to you. A company intending to auction Elvis Presley's iconic Graceland mansion in Memphis, Tennessee, withdrew the plan yesterday following a state judge's move to block the sale because of fraud allegations.
I'm almost sad this happened because had they had the auction, it finally would have drawn Elvis out of hiding. I think he would have come to bid on it.
A representative of Nasani Investments and Private Lending said that it would be withdrawing all its claims over Graceland. The statement was issued after a judicial hearing where Shelby County Chancellor Joe Day Jenkins issued an injunction halting the foreclosure sale.
I'm going to halt this proceeding.
A legal notice was issued earlier this month indicating the historic home would be going up for foreclosure auction today. The notice stated that Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's daughter, of course, allegedly signed a deed of trust in 2018 securing a $3.8 million loan via a company called Nasani Investments and Private Lending using Graceland as collateral. The company claimed that Lisa Marie never paid back that money before she died last year, and the firm initiated plans for Elvis's former home, as well as its surrounding acreage on Elvis Presley Boulevard, to be sold to the highest bidder at a foreclosure sale. The mansion, of course, is now a museum. The singer's family had disputed the legality of the purported sale and claimed that it was fraudulent. Riley Keough, who inherited the home after her mother's death, sued them and asserted that her mother never took out the loan, accusing Nasani of fraud. The notary public alleged that she had never met Lisa Marie Presley or notarized her signature.
There you go.
But I wonder if she did indeed get a loan from those people.
It's possible, but in court, without that notary, without this stuff that they're saying they need, they're treating it as a fraudulent loan.
Jenkins said Wednesday that the notary statement, quote, brings in the question as to the authenticity of the signature, as well as whether the underlying document is fraudulent. So I guess she's saying they made the whole thing up. That's pretty bold if that was
indeed
the case. So.
And the paperwork is really erroneous, too. They keep writing Pelvis Presley, which is clearly inaccurate.
Maybe they were hoping somebody would overlook that. I don't know. Speaking of court cases, a Los Angeles judge has ordered Angelina Jolie to disclose 8 years of non-disclosure agreements in her bitter legal battle with her ex Brad Pitt over their French winery Chateau Miraval. Judge Leah Martin ruled the actress must produce all responsive NDAs from 2014 to 2022 within 60 days, as Pitt's team deems them highly relevant to Jolie's justifications for selling her shares against contractual obligations.
Do you know what this does? It makes me revisit every non-DA I have with my wife and our fights over our vineyards.
Yeah.
And
I'm glad you said that, because me too.
Yeah, it's like, right? Because it's like, oh, my God. Yeah. Take a lesson here.
While Jolie's lawyer says they welcome the transparency, a source close to Pitt calls it a significant blow, undermining Jolie's claims and forcing her to be accountable. Meanwhile, Angelina's attorney says that the ruling opens the door to discovery on all issues related to Pitt's abuse, and we welcome that transparency and all parties' discovery responses. So we'll see where this all goes. It's just getting messier.
I bet we find out
messier.
that she actively participates in Warhammer games.
Right. We'll see. It's all going to be
that's part of the NDA.
All going to be laid on the table. Bridgerton co-stars Bessie Carter and Sam Phillips have kindled a real-life relationship, with the smitten couple moving in together last year despite their characters never crossing paths on the show. Kathy, the actors portrayed Prudence Featherington.
Yeah, I know who Bessie is. They make her look so hideous in the show, and she's not an ugly person.
So she was Prudence Featherington, and he is Lord Debling. They ignited their romance after meeting on the set of season 3.
Baron von Podpolo.
I just finished the first half of that. I like powered through it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I didn't realize they were cutting it. You probably told me on the show, but
Lady Queefington. Is this a picture of her, Kathy, up on the screen here?
Yeah, that's her and that's him.
Ooh, she's not wholly unattractive, but she's
No, she's not like she's not this stunning, gorgeous, but they make her look so.
Really?
I feel bad for her. Yeah,
Right.
they make her look so ugly.
Lady Queefington?
Lady Queefington.
Okay, and Lord Pudpuller.
Lady Queefington and Baron von Pudpuller.
So yeah, they met on the set of season 3, which concluded filming in March of last year. Just 3 months later, Bessie moved into Sam's Brighton abode. Their blossoming relationship has seen the pair attending numerous events alongside Bessie's famous parents. So her mom and dad are Imelda Staunton.
Oh, wow.
Get out.
Wait, her actual parents?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jim Carter.
Oh my gosh.
And Jim Varney.
I didn't know that.
No, not Jim
We
Varney.
had them both in our studio, did we not?
Yeah, we did. They were promoting.
Imelda Staunton and Jim Varney.
Know what I mean?
We're the only ones that get it.
Know what I mean?
It's when you say you're so inquisitive and you say, know what I mean, and I seldom do. You're so stupid.
I get it. As Ernest.
Jim Varney, Ernest, yes. That's
Hey,
plain Ernest.
You went
yes.
to prison last time. Where are you going now?
I seldom do. Although representatives declined to comment, the earliest sighting of Bessie and Sam dates back to May of last year.
Is the show still on its game, Kathy? I mean,
I just said I powered through the first. Oh, on its game.
no, I'm saying, are you?
Yes,
Is it holding up the quality of the first season, which exploded?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not like the first season was like, oh my God, what is happening?
Right.
And there was like crazy sex scenes. There were a couple in the second season. So far, there was just one, like, and it wasn't like, it wasn't crazy like the first season, but it was only the first half, and I didn't realize that they're releasing the second half in like the middle of June.
By the way, they were seen together in May of last year, suggesting an extended courtship before making their Bridgerton love story public.
I think it would be hard to be on a show where you're, not hard, but I could see it fostering relationships where you're on a show where you're kind of wrapped around somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, but her love interest isn't him in the show.
They're not
Yeah.
connected.
I got you.
Let's see. Oh, here's a follow-up story. 2 bike gang members involved in the New Year's Eve road rage incident between the bikers and actor Ian Ziering have been arrested.
Yes.
On Tuesday, Los Angeles Police Department, Hollywood and Metropolitan Division served warrants to 2 individuals responsible for an assault and vandalism of a motorist on Hollywood Boulevard that occurred on December 31st. The 2 taken into custody have been identified as Jacob Esteban Hernandez of Rosemead and Angie Teresa Guzar of Los Angeles. A release by the police stated Hernandez had been booked for felony vandalism, while Guzar is facing a charge of assault with a deadly weapon.
You know, this reminded me of the crews that are going through Center City.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing. They're on like dirt bikes, non-street legal bikes, and I think they sideswiped his side view mirror, and that started the row. And you remember there was footage of him. I mean, there's like 4 guys on him.
Mm-hmm. Police said that the footage circulating online followed the attack and helped provide crucial information amid the investigation. So a couple of people were arrested. I thought this was kind of fun. Kevin Costner was on Jimmy Kimmel on Tuesday when he told the story of meeting Matt Damon and Ben Affleck before they were anyone. They were extras in the Fenway Park scene that he filmed for 1989's Field of Dreams. He said, apparently they may have been extras, but they stood out to the actor-director. He said, I did remember it. He said they were sitting in the stands like college guys, and they would both lean in at the same time, lean back at the same time, look at each other at the same time. And during downtime, during filming, Costner mingled with the stadium's many background actors. He said, we talked, and they had this big enthusiasm. He said they were on fire. Damon had confirmed the story to Kimmel via text, saying that the actor came out and hung around with the extras between setups, and I asked him what he was doing, and he said, shooting the S, and I laughed like a 12-year-old girl, apparently. So I can imagine so. This is kind of interesting. You remember Pauly Shore talking about being Richard Simmons in a movie about him. Simmons has other plans. A retired fitness guru posted on Facebook that he's looking towards Broadway to tell his story.
Well, that would be a perfect fit.
Yeah, he said, I just got off the phone with a friend of mine who is an attorney and manages famous artists in music, He posted on Facebook last week saying she wants to do an interactive Broadway show about my life. And by interactive, he means the show would clear a space in the front of the stage where theater goers could join in on the workout dance numbers.
And do you know who he wants to play him? Dolph Lundgren.
No. Simmons told Page Six, I am so excited about the prospect of my own Broadway show. I have so many ideas, and I'm writing them all down. Broadway is in my blood.
We played that song, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was not bad. Very show-tuney.
Actually,
Obviously, that's what he's into.
He's a really good singer.
Yeah.
But I love the idea that they would have audience participation coming and exercising
Yeah.
during the actual show. It's perfect for him.
Hell, I'd get up.
Hugh Jackman is back of Wolverine, of course, in the upcoming Deadpool and Wolverine movie, and he's excited about it. And apparently it turns out that he had accepted the movie without letting his agent know.
That's funny.
He was doing an interview. He said, I had to call my agent and said, oh, by the way, I just committed to a movie. He said, I was on my way. I was just driving, and literally, just like a bolt of lightning, came this knowing deep in my gut that I wanted to do this film with Ryan. And he said in the back of my head, ever since I saw Deadpool 1, I was like, those two characters together. I knew it. So he had to be a part of it. And of course, that is happening. And that is the movie I'm looking forward to.
July. Yeah, it is the one and only Marvel release for this year.
Yep, July 26th is when that comes out. Commemorating a SpongeBob SquarePants 20th anniversary this year, the iconic animated duo of SpongeBob and Patrick will make history hosting Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards 2024 live from their undersea abode of Bikini Bottom. This first ever full award show helmed by the characters will boast an immersive broadcast airing through enhanced graphics and augmented reality across Nickelodeon, Teen Nick, Nicktoons, and Nick Jr.
So I wonder if this was spurred on by what they did during the Super Bowl, because they had that Nickelodeon coverage of the game and they had the animated characters doing color commentary, and it was pretty good.
They did the whole season. Nickelodeon did for the NFL, Steve, and I
Did
watched.
they?
Yeah. They covered every game from kids' angles, and players would get slimed during games and stuff. It was weird. It's certainly not catered towards me, 48-year-old dude sitting in the living room. But I'm curious as like whether or not kids dig this or not. I guess they do because they keep doing it.
But we'd ask the question.
SpongeBob? Or the football version?
The Nickelodeon animation of football coverage and covering the games and broadcasting.
Okay. I still love SpongeBob SquarePants. We when our whole family is back together for like a weekend at the house, SpongeBob ends up on TV. We end up watching episodes and laughing out loud.
It holds
still.
up. You know what I just watched again, Preston, was the actors performing the parts.
Yeah.
You're seeing the actors.
It's great.
Oh, it's done so well.
I love it.
Yeah.
Following the awards, the network plans to roll out a ton of 25th anniversary SpongeBob SquarePants programming that will include new content, locations-based experience, exclusive products and games, among other surprises. And that show will air on July 13th, by the way. Let's see. Vision from Marvel.
Yes.
Played by Paul Bettany, is finally getting his own show. Finally saying that because a spinoff featuring Vision was teased back when WandaVision ended in 2021.
He's working as an optometrist, correct?
Well, it doesn't have a title yet, and it is set to come out in 2026, so we're ways off from it.
We were just talking about how we didn't know what he was up to after flying off at the end of WandaVision.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course, he's an android with superhuman abilities and died a couple of times so far in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At the end of WandaVision, his physical body was brought back to life once again, but without any memories, and he ended up flying off into the night, so his next adventure could be pretty much anything, but not till 2026 will we see what happens. Last week, I told you that Netflix had announced more episodes of the hit series Three Body Problem, but did not announce a renewal of the sci-fi hit. This obviously confused fans who wanted to know where the show stood and if they should be worried. The showrunners, David Benioff and Dan Weiss, of course, from Game of Thrones fame, and Alexander Wu, followed up with some clarification. While the three didn't reveal the exact number of episodes in their new deal, they emphasized that it was for seasons, plural, and that the number of hours aligns with their original plan to adapt author Liu Cixin's 2 remaining novels in his best-selling trilogy. By the way, I have no idea if that's how you pronounce his name that way or not.
Are you both watching it?
Yes, Casey and I are.
Done.
Done.
Yep.
And what did you think?
I enjoyed it.
Really,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
I tried to listen to the audiobook and there was a lot of stuff in the very, very beginning of the story that just kind of like lost my attention and focus. And so I stopped listening to it. And then I started watching Three Body Problem, the movie or the show. And I was like, okay. And then I went back and started listening to the audiobook again, even though I'm all done.
Case, is it just one season?
Right now, it's just one season.
Okay, but it's going to keep going?
Yeah, so Benny said by the time we finish with the show, it will be 7 years we've devoted to it. We're now at a place where we get to tell the rest of the story, and yes, we have enough time to tell the rest of the story the way we want to, and that's immensely gratifying.
Yeah, I can't remember which comedian or guest we had on in studio.
Wasn't it Derek Pitts that you asked about him?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, but it was over a year ago.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about how this is the best because it was Preston was talking about audiobooks, and they said this is the best that I've ever listened to.
Okay.
I just can't remember who it was.
Okay.
David Faustino.
Was it David Faustino? Wait, did we ever have him on?
One last story, and I've not seen the trailer for this yet, but it's out. Andrew McCarthy's behind-the-scenes look at the 80s Brat Pack called Brats has the first trailer, the doc telling the story of the young group of actors who were everywhere in the 1980s. Is coming to Hulu June 13th. Features McCarthy, Emilio Estevez, Rob Lowe, Demi Moore, John Cryer, Leah Thompson, Timothy Hutton, and more. Of course, oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. was a huge part of that crew,
he was,
too.
yes.
So I wonder if he'll be in it. The documentary covers some of the most iconic movies of the decade, including Back to the Future, The Breakfast Club, St. Elmo's Fire, and more. That's right in my zone.
I'm completely down with this.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, we're ready to go to the clips. After 7 seasons, The Good Doctor has made his final rounds. And in this clip, Freddie Highmore talks about the impact that the show holds.
People look back if in some small, tiny little way we've been able to help challenge stereotypes or change perceptions surrounding autism, then that would certainly be the thing that I'm most proud of.
Could you shut up?
Who did he play as a kid?
He was in
August.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, was it August Rush? Remember that kid?
No, there's a more famous role that he was in. Do you remember, Steve?
It's one of the Hugh Grant movies. Or am I off the mark on that? He played Tony Soprano.
No. He was
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
There we go.
He played Charlie Bucket. Yep.
Yeah.
Series finale of The Good Doctor is streaming now on Hulu. Here's our next clip.
Oh, yeah.
You're cute.
I forgot I was the...
You were listening and enjoying the show.
I was a fan.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a good show.
Yeah.
Do they podcast?
That guy
I'm usually working when they're on.
Somebody missed the drum sound effect.
Watch out because Chris Pratt is coming for all of your favorite childhood characters. Here he talks about director Mark Dindal approaching him to play Garfield while he was recording Mario.
I was doing a slight affectation on my voice as Mario, even though people were like, you just did your own voice. I'm like, I don't know, really, it's slightly different. But then Mark was like, I want your voice. I was like, are you sure I can't do something slightly different? And he's like, I have been doing this movie for a couple years now, and I just want your voice to come out of his mouth, because every time I picture him, it's your voice that I've always pictured. I was like the first guy he came to, and I said, all right, that's great, I'll do that then.
I don't give a
The Garfield movie opens tomorrow, by the way.
Bill Murray basically was doing Bill Murray when he did Garfield. I don't recall him putting on any extraordinarily different voice.
No, not at all. And it didn't seem right. No. I thought.
No,
anyway.
we were listening to Bill Murray pretend he was a cat.
Yep. All right. That's the entertainment report for you, friend. One more. I want to make sure I mention this one more time at least. Stephanie Nelson called in earlier. She was our final Coolest Teacher of the Year from Triton Regional High School, health and phys ed teacher. So thank you to all teachers and everybody who voted. We do appreciate it. We love doing that little promotion.
Yes.
It's just a thank you to what teachers do as we're headed towards the summertime. And, of course, we kick off the summer season tomorrow morning live at Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood with a live broadcast.
I wonder how many of the teachers that were honorees will see out at Keenan's doing things they will regret for years to come.
I hope many of them.
Yeah.
I hope all of them.
All of them.
By the way, you can see the full list of winners if you're interested at PrestonandSteve.com. We've got them all right there for you.
Nice.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Later this morning, Jacoby Shaddix and Chris Daughtry will be joining us, but we got other things to do before then, so hang out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapples that I used to have all the time, Chuck, were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his... What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay. You've been letting these things get by you in life.
All right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have the
lot.
canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed
So,
my life.
In summation, cantaloupe,
Yep.
pineapple, grapes, mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits and hair F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah.
USA! USA! USA!
Lindsay, we haven't talked about her in a while.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan is on the verge of turning 30.
30. Dirty 30, right?
Yep. Can you imagine waking up, no makeup, it's kind of actually smeared makeup, hair all kind of crazy. Ha!
Where are my cigarettes?
But she's reflecting back on her past mistakes as well as looking ahead to the future. She discusses her ambitions and failures in a new interview with Vanity Fair. Now, she says of her...
Life is like a chicken finger. Chicken in the center, surrounded by finger.
Life is like that?
Yeah, exactly.
How is life like that?
Exactly like
is.
it.
She says
Point taken.
of her checkered past, I wouldn't call things regrets per se. I can't turn back time, but if I could, I would have listened more to my mother and gone back home to New York earlier in life and chosen my friends more wisely.
Regrets? Well, I've had a few, but still too few to mention.
Lindsay also, but you did it your way.
I did it my way.
Yeah.
To me, life, if I may, was like a huge chicken finger
All right. Lindsay also looks ahead to her
with multiple dipping sauces.
to her milestone birthday on July 2nd, saying, age is only a number, right?
No.
No. I have learned a lot over time. I'm in a wonderful place in life and look forward to the near and far future and projects that I'm working on.
Something's going on with Lindsay's face these days. It looks as if she's perpetually smelling poop.
That's the way I feel. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but about Cersei Lannister on Game of Thrones. Her nostrils are always kind of flared, and the corners of her lips are kind of up a little bit, like who
undefecate?
farted?
Someone. Everyone, check your trousers.
Eyes open wide, nostrils flared. All right. Anyhow,
The distinct odor of fecal matter.
she said that I'm grateful that I have a voice, which I can now feel comfortable using as a platform to let people know that we all have our ups and downs in life.
Check your trousers.
And we can all come up from the downs if we get in touch with our inner self and spiritual side.
Hey, I'm happy if she's turned it around. She's got that Russian boyfriend, right? The multimillionaire boyfriend.
Yeah, Igor Tarabazov. And that's what? Stravinsky.
This is my woman.
She also
loves chicken fingers.
She also says of her future plans of making more films, writing my books, starting my charity, working with children a lot, maybe having some of my own soon after I get some movies done first. She seems to be course corrected and getting her life together. I don't know what that means as far as her career goes, though.
I don't think it's going to be where it could have been, but maybe that's the best thing for her. Maybe getting back into that lifestyle would be detrimental.
Yeah. She could pull a Robert Downey Jr.
She could play Iron Man.
I don't know if she could play Iron Man, but
I can't take the chicken fingers to this opening. We got it. There's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. How do I get chicken fingers through this thing?
Tell Jarvis to open the hatch. And it will. And
You're a disaster.
The face mask will actually
Jared is closes the place and sells chicken fingers.
Will open, and then you can eat your chicken fingers.
There's a Popeyes on Route 1.
A little underdone. Let me kick him up a little bit. Just like I like him.
Heating them up.
Let me get that for you. They're a little cold. Just like I like him.
No, what I'm saying is she might be able to turn her acting career around. She's not as talented as Robert. Even when Robert Downey Jr. was younger, even in those like Weird Science and Back to School, stuff like that, you could tell he had acting chops. So.
It's hard for her, though, because the party lifestyle left a mark on her appearance. And it's harder for women in general. And then when they mess up their appearance like she has over the last, 10 years or so, it's going to be an interesting thing to see where she goes next.
Nick, I clearly remember we did it. We did a Dirty Old Man screening of Mean Girls.
Yep.
Well, that's what we called it. We had us, a whole bunch of guys.
We called it the Dirty Old Man Matinee. And we went to a matinee showing of we took a bunch of guys to a matinee showing of
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls. When she turned 18. Oh, my God.
How pathetic.
Hey, Lindsay, can you warm up this burrito for me here?
No problem. Stand back. Jarvis, hit it.
Hikaru Sulu.
Yes.
Is revealed to be gay in the upcoming Star Trek Beyond movie. Sulu never had any romantic partners on the original series, but it was eventually revealed that he did have a daughter who was a character in the 1994 movie Star Trek Generations.
And Spock's going to be a plushie, Preston.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you need to do something to that guy.
I find it very comforting around my testicles to feel the soft, stuffed quality.
It is a logical sensation.
Yes. It arouses me in a very primal way. The Ponfar is kicked in. I must return to my home planet and bang a teddy bear.
They should give everyone something. Everyone should have something, right?
I agree. I mean, after
Dr.
all,
McCoy's into hot Carls.
I mean, Kirk's a total perv. He'll bang anything.
Listen, after all,
Kirk is crawling with disease.
The show itself was meant to show diversity in the future.
Gene Roddenberry's saying infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yeah, all across. And then eventually when it got to the next generation, it got outside of the United States. It got, diversity in different alien species and so forth with, Worf on the deck and so forth.
What you dip your wick in, as they say.
God, what would Worf do? What would his perversion
Oh, this is going to be good. Here, put the saran wrap over your face.
He's the hot Carl fanatic. God, imagine what would come out of that.
Klingon hot Carl?
Oh, my God.
Forget it.
It'd be corrosive.
Oh, my God. It'd be like
burn through your skin.
Like the blood in Alien.
A hot Worf.
Yeah, a hot Worf.
By the way, I think I can safely say that the words Klingon hot Carl have never been said by anyone in humanity before.
I'm sorry. It melted your face. Captain, may I speak with you for a second?
What is it, Wolf?
I just did a Klingon sexual act and melted my partner's face. How many times have I warned you about the hot Carl?
Hot Worf.
It was not meant for your species.
Oh, my God.
There is no saran wrap that contained my fecal matter.
Woo!
But in the long run, though, I think this is it's a great way to pay tribute to
George Takei.
George Takei, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's the first LGBT character to be introduced to the franchise in the 50 years that it has been around.
Mr. Wolf, you must stop doing that. You almost breached the outer hull of the ship. We were able to freeze your fecal matter before it hit the retaining wall.
Set shields to maximum. Oh, my God.
Can't contain it, sir. It's another hot cattle. Of course, I'm mixing crews here.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Oh, you can't contain it.
Can't contain it, Captain. Crazy Klingon.
Final frontier.
That's his poopy sex.
Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess that's revealed in the next movie that Sulu is gay.
And I think it's just, as he said, it's casually mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's just.
It's not like, they're 69ing,
Yeah. I think I've decided something.
What did you? Wait, are you the decider?
No. No? I'm the noticer.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I was looking out the window. The sky looks kind of weird right now, but there's some isolated storm cells that are kind of popping up here and there. It's not like widespread downpours, but there's a fair amount of red on the radar.
Yeah, looking at that,
right now,
and if you look out on the street, we clearly did have rain at some point recently. Yeah.
So
it was raining pretty hard when I came in this morning.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe out towards like Bethlehem and it looks like south of us, Wilmington is getting some spots. So just a heads up, you might be in that zone. But other than that, it's looking okay. High of about 83 today. Down the shore tomorrow, high's going to be like 76, 77 degrees.
Terrific.
Maybe a passing shower in the morning, but it should be pretty solid weather-wise. It's going to be a cloudy weekend down the shore, but temperature's going to be okay.
Problematic day, Preston, is actually Memorial Day itself.
Really?
Yeah, but Saturday and Sunday should be fine.
Okay. Well, we're good for tomorrow, man. We're looking forward to it. All right. I would like to, because tomorrow's going to be so chaotic and we have things planned, I think the Just Saying Institute is something we need to go to. We haven't done it in a couple of weeks, so why not?
Just Saying Institute, home of the Jim Varney Film Institute.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm going to lead with this one, because there are medical studies and claims and so on that we dive into in the Just Saying Institute, and this one is pretty intense. Neuroscience startup BrainBridge claims to have developed an AI-powered system capable of performing head transplants.
Oh my God!
I saw this.
Grafting a person's head onto a brain-dead donor body while preserving memories, cognitive abilities, and consciousness.
If you're thinking of something that would for years and years in science fiction just think of hooking up a home stereo. Think of the amount of connections that have to be connected just perfectly to put a different head on someone else's body.
What if they could, let's say they can do just like a brain transplant. Let's say if they could take your brain and move that over.
Subject of countless sci-fi stories.
To a better looking body.
Yeah.
Would you do that?
No.
No.
I don't know if I would ever really be able to reconcile the fact that this just, even though I was more handsome, I should say.
Yeah.
Even more.
Yeah, even more handsome than I already am. I don't know if I'd be able to reconcile that.
Okay.
To look in the mirror and see somebody would that is totally not. Well, it's like face off, though they just simply switch their
but
faces.
Anybody who had, like somebody with breast implants or any sort of significant sort of facial, whatever it be, whether it be lip injections, like when you look in the mirror,
all right,
are you able to?
Well, let me change it then. Okay. That I said brain transplant, but how about head transplant? What if they could take your head, your whole head, and slap it on a really buff, awesome body? You'll be okay with that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, I would.
What about?
I'd be all right with that.
I'd be all right with that.
What if they could replace your head with a breast?
Yeah. Even though when I look in the mirror at my body, I can't. I can't stand it. I still wouldn't want somebody else's. Like,
wouldn't it suck though if you had the transplant and the whole thing and you got this buff body, this ripped body, and you're like, oh, I still got a lot of problems. I went through all that.
Yeah.
And by the way, who wants to wear turtlenecks for the rest of their lives to cover that big scar?
I have a friend who has had a lot of stuff done on her face, and
have they fallen down the hole where they want to do more and more?
Yeah. And she can't, she sees old pictures and she's like, I was so ugly. Like she sees, what she sees now is herself.
It's
no, you still are.
You're still.
You're always ugly to us.
No, your nose is still huge. Yeah. It's just not as huge.
I'd like you to meet somebody. His name is Big Nose.
God, I hope she's listening.
I wonder what she'll think of herself in 20 years.
She said she uses Dolly Parton as an example, and she's like, that woman, she is however old, she looks great. If I have to continue doing it until I'm that age, that's not a problem.
Okay, I love Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton does not look great, quote unquote great. She's had a lot of work done.
And she's admitted it.
And of course she admits it, but she looks like she's had a lot of work done. I wouldn't use
She said great for her age.
Yeah,
like to be that age and look like that.
If you want
to
someone
her,
who looks, who's aged naturally, who looks the way they should look, Lisa Rinna.
I was just waiting. I'm like, who's he going to use?
You know what I love about it, Kathy?
Someone who said, no, I'm going to age gracefully. I'm not going to screw with things.
Donatella Versace.
Donatella Versace said, let the chips fall where they may, just as long as I look like the gecko from those commercials.
Kathy, it's a 50-50 shot on whether or not he's going to give you an actual, real example.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah. I was excited. I was excited for the answer.
It's my MO.
This whole head transplant thing is spearheaded by scientist Hashem Al-Galil. Gali.
Oh, he does good head.
The innovative procedure aims to provide several new treatments for patients battling things like paralysis, cancer, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's disease.
Preston, I wonder if in this case, because we do know that people of means have had their heads frozen. Mm-hmm. You remember it's a big project. In fact, the rumor was that Walt Disney had that done.
Yeah, and also Ted Williams, yeah.
Yeah, one has to wonder if this is now a possibility for the frozen head.
So while the first such transplant is projected within 8 years, BrainBridge is publicizing it now to attract top scientific talent, claiming the technology promises to open doors to life-saving treatments that were unimaginable just a few years ago and eventually transform healthcare as we know it.
Yeah.
So
now,
I
was just going to say, there's a caveat here, though. If this procedure was done to me to save my life, that's a different story.
If your body, your current body is riddled with disease, and someone has passed away where the body is accessible, and it could serve that purpose,
then yes. Give me that body. I'll take that. But if this is just
I'll take that.
Just a cosmetic, like I don't like my body
because
I want nipples that are more symmetrical. I don't know.
Like when you hear about people dying because of liposuction, you're doing a head transplant.
No. I was just posing that as a hypothetical situation. So, all right, I thought that was interesting. Pretty bizarre,
interesting.
Right? All right, so here's another
amazing, actually.
Another study from the Just Saying Institute. According to a survey of 2,000 Americans who've moved in the last 5 years, 25% consider moving to be more stressful than landing a plane in an emergency.
I agree.
They also, respondents say moving is more overwhelming than losing a job, switching careers, and even running for president.
It is one of those things, and we were just having this conversation. There are things that hopefully, with any luck, you don't have to do many times in life. I've ended up moving many times in my life. And yes, there is a level of stress that I know you have as well, Preston.
Yeah.
You start to get pretty good at it, actually, because you do it over and over. It still sucks.
It's still horrible.
Yeah, Steve, I hate it almost more than anything, and it drives me crazy. It gets so stressful. And in the year that I got divorced, I moved 5 times, and it just was. And so now I've been in the house where I am now since 2017 or 2018, and I hope I never have to go anywhere again.
Yeah, my sister just had to move in Florida. She's got some physical disabilities and has a hard time doing it. So when we were down in Clearwater, I went and helped her.
So much.
And you just walk in and you're like, oh my God, you just have to begin. You got to roll up your sleeves and start, and it seems like you never stop.
So for all my life, I've been a pack animal to all my friends because when we get to move stuff, immediately my name comes up.
Weights.
Well, yeah, like my friend Dwayne who moved to Jim. Yes, but the last move, I have to say, if you can do this, move to a house that's only 10 minutes from your current house, and then start the process months in advance. It was actually a really, really solid experience.
I mean, obviously you can hire movers, but the last time I moved, Steve, I was talking to my mom about it, and she put this into my head. It was basically like anytime you move, you pretty much have to touch everything in your house.
Yeah.
You have to pick it up. You have to organize it. You're going to throw a lot of things away. It is a good way to cleanse. But you have to kind of analyze everything that you have.
Yeah, and then if you're lucky, you get movers like me that tried to steal our stuff.
So
that
they're
actually held it hostage.
Extorted us.
There are perks.
Psychos.
If you can take the opportunity when you move to do what you just said, Nick, which is to excise stuff you don't need and are not using, don't move the crap you don't use at your current location to another location.
So these people that were surveyed were talking from personal experiences. The average American has already moved 5 times during their lifetime, and they expect to have to do it 3 more times in the future. The biggest reasons for people having to move are,
Number 1 would be head transplant.
No, to start a new phase in life, to have access to better opportunities, to live close to family,
yes,
and to get outside of their comfort zone as well.
When I hear people moving, it's almost always predicated on job.
Yeah. Yep, almost always.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but I thought it was interesting that they would rather lose a job than have to move, or look for a new job than have to move, because it is that stressful.
All right. What if it took the same amount of time? Moving, doing your tax returns.
Oh, my God. If it took the same amount of time?
Yeah.
Moving, it's still just a nightmare packing all that stuff, and then you get the joy of unpacking all that stuff. Well, that's a nightmare too, because you don't know where anything is. Some things you need to get to right away, and you don't know where they are. So, but anyhow, that's from the Just Saying Institute. As is this next study. Back to something medical. Microplastics have been found in human testicles.
All right.
With researchers saying the discovery might be linked to declining sperm counts in men. The scientists tested 23 human testes as well as 47 testes from pet dogs, and they found microplastic pollution in every single sample.
So you're saying the guys are getting them in their testicles from intimacy with dogs?
No. Those two are not related. The human testicles have been preserved, and so their sperm count could not be measured. However, the sperm count in the dog's testes could be assessed and was lower in samples with higher contamination with PVC.
I was wondering why I would occasionally piss twist ties.
The study demonstrates a correlation, but further research is needed to prove microplastics cause sperm counts to fall. Sperm counts in men have been falling for decades, with chemical pollution such as pesticides implicated by many studies. Microplastics have also recently been discovered in human blood, placentas, and breast milk, indicating widespread contamination of people's bodies. The impact on health is yet unknown, but microplastics have been shown to cause damage to human cells in the laboratory. Vast amounts of plastic waste are dumped in the environment, and microplastics have polluted the entire planet, from the summit of Mount Everest to the deepest oceans. And people are known to consume the tiny particles via food and water, as well as breathing them in, too.
Stands to reason, yeah.
The testes analyzed were obtained from postmortems in 2016, with the men ranging in age from 16 to 88 when they died.
My balls!
The dog's testes were obtained from veterinary practices that conducted neutering operations. I don't know why they went with dogs and people, but
they're kink.
I guess so.
Speaking of testicles, can I do a shout out real quick?
Sure.
This is for Laura, who is a nurse, and she took excellent care of a patient yesterday, and she had to shave a pair of testicles, and she did a fantastic job of it. So thank you, Laura, for being a dedicated listener for 20 years.
So how shaven are your testicles, Nick?
They're not mine.
No, but someone near and dear.
Just know that, Casey, there is freshly shorn balls out there.
Okay, and a big fan of ours did
Laura.
that. Thanks, Laura.
Are my testicles black?
The human testicles had a plastic...
freshly shorn balls.
And biscuits.
The human testicles had a plastic concentration almost 3 times higher than that found in the dog testes, which was 330 micrograms per micrograms of tissue compared with 123 micrograms in the dog. Polyethylene used in plastic bags and bottles was the most common microplastic found. So yeah, bottles, you're drinking out of the plastic bags.
Think about
they're
when
all
you're
over
eating
the place.
out of a plastic bowl and you're scraping that sort of stuff.
Good point.
You know, you just brought up the notion, Preston, of nudicles. You're familiar with nudicles, which are the plastic testicle replacement.
Prosthesis.
Yeah, exactly, basically. Yeah, and so there you go. There's a whole bunch of plastic in those things.
Absolutely. I wonder if they tested those. This thing is solid plastic.
He's got a solid plastic ball.
Dear God. All right, another study to pass along, or another development. A team of university researchers in the Netherlands say they have come up with an artificial intelligence platform that can recognize sarcasm.
Oh, really?
The research was presented at a meeting of the Acoustical Society of America and the Canadian Acoustical Association. At the event, PhD student Joanne Gao said that the research team used video clips and other text from audio content from sitcoms like Friends and The Big Bang Theory to train a neural network. The work leveraged at a database called the Multimodal Sarcasm Detection Dataset, or MUSTARD.
Mustard, of course.
Which another research team from the U.S. and Singapore had annotated with labels about whether sarcasm was present in a given piece of content or part of a push to build their own sarcasm detector.
So another group has started to try to get to where they are. They really need to catch up.
My man, you're going to get one of these.
Thank you. After training their AI model on the data, the researchers said
They're going to relish the results.
They were able...
You know where they did the study? You know where they did the study?
Where?
The Mayo Clinic.
The Mayo Clinic. It just writes itself.
Barbecue sauce. Thank you. The researchers said that they were able to detect sarcasm in exchanges that were unlabeled by the researchers almost 75% of the time. They added that subsequent work at the lab using synthetic data has improved the accuracy level even further.
That might be a better percentage than humans.
Though those research findings, haven't yet been published. So, yeah, they're creating this, and they're having this AI use the TV shows to detect the sarcasm in the dialogue.
So these engines are coming out fast and furiously, and they had one interacting. They were showing a demonstration of it, Preston, and he's talking to this AI woman, the guy, and the woman, the AI woman, has the phone, is going through the phone, and the camera's active, and the AI voice says, "Are you going fishing? I see like a fishing pole behind you," or something similar to that. Observing the room, engaging pretty quickly. Now, to my ear, there's still, thank Christ, an element of uncanny valley, but it's like you can see how we talk about the slippery slope of that, like that movie She, of falling down the hole of being involved with an AI, computerized, real doll enhanced, non-human human.
Yeah, remember the movie way back when, Cherry 2000?
Cherry 2000, yeah.
Similar type of thing.
Melanie Griffith, right?
Yeah. And there was an AI,
same thing.
Android of sorts, and we're not that far away.
No.
To be honest.
I wonder what Ladies' Night will look at like at a...
Right? Yeah. Westworld.
Yeah,
Westworld.
all
that stuff.
Absolutely.
By the way, speaking of AI, Steve used AI once again to create a piece of music.
Oh, yes.
And
I gotta hear this.
Do we want to give this a name or anything, or you just want me to play it?
This is called Gin and Squirrel Juice.
Gin and Squirrel Juice. It's Nell doing a rap song. Here we go.
Wow. Good stuff.
Gin and Squirrel Juice. All right, I have something else from the Just Saying Institute. This one I really wanted to share with you guys. Researchers who have been studying the happiness or just the emotion of happiness as a curve for more than 20 years have found that we are at our lowest level of happiness. We are our most unhappy in our 40s.
Most unhappy in our 40s. You know why I would put stock in this? Because when you hear about people's reaction to hitting milestone ages, the one that always seems to be the one that is pointed at as being the most psychologically troubling or nerve-wracking is 40, turning 40, right?
Yep.
Well, you know, I was thinking
So,
about this.
Kathy, remember back. No.
Yeah.
No, I haven't reached it yet.
Yeah.
No, I was listen. I'm at the tail end of my 40s, and I was thinking about this yesterday because like all of us have been like going through some stuff, like like we're losing parents and friends, and like life is becoming more and more real.
Yes,
and the finality of it all is becoming more and more real.
Well, there's
at this point.
You're at that point now. With any luck, you would be at the midway. But I mean, that's that classic thing when you start to see more behind you than in front of you. I will say this for me, and I'm 93 at this point. No,
yeah.
Even with all that stuff going on, there is it's better. I think the 40s were I could see them as being more tumultuous and more indecisive. However, big career leaps took place during the 40s.
Well, I think also it's like a time of change. So like you went through, like you said, Casey, you in your younger years, you had kids, you went through that whole phase, right? So now that's over and you're kind of like, well, what now?
What am I?
Well, and then I feel like in the 50s, it's like you've accepted that change and now you can like live the rest of your life.
Probably, yeah.
This is
Something along
when
those lines.
most people consider a head transplant.
Yeah, when you think about actually doing it, pulling the trigger. Let's go for it.
You're going to do it? Yeah.
So in our 40s, according to this study, everything gets more real in a lot of ways. There are a lot of pressures and expectations. By the time we are 40-somethings, we may find what we always thought we wanted isn't really what we want.
Yes.
Or that the life we envisioned for ourselves isn't playing out as expected. More people are relying on you. From aging parents to young kids, this stage of life, sometimes a lot of juggling the demands of our time and duties, taking care of the people in our lives. That's what I've found now at this age, because I'm looking at the like a calendar of things that are going on, and I'm like, why do I not have more time? Shouldn't I have more time?
Right.
I remember in an earlier time in my life where I was like, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Oh, let's go do this, blah, 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 blah. And I just don't have anything more. I find as you age, you have more appointments.
Yes.
You have more things that need to be taken care of maintenance-wise. Yourself, your health, your home, your
hot water heater,
your job, your hot water, stuff like that. Legitimately,
yeah.
You've got appointments that you have to meet with people and find out with it, and you have to meet with people about the people that you are responsible for, like your children or your aging parents or things like that. It just fills all that time, all your responsibilities.
There's that line in Parenthood where he just goes, my whole life is have to.
Is have to.
And I think about that a lot. Have you guys heard of the term sandwich care?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of going through that now. And my son is 17, but taking care of elderly or aging parents and a child at the same time. And Casey, you and I are the same age. We've talked about this a lot, but I've been kind of surrounded by death lately. A lot of people in my friends and family have been dying or are dead, and it sucks, right? But then you just like have to accept it. The inevitability of it all is just like, all right, well, I'm going to die too eventually.
Do you find that in a way, to my earlier point, is that liberating in a little bit?
Well, it allows you to live in the moment a little bit.
Yep.
There's only so much you can do about the future. You can't worry about the past. And so if you can be mindful and live in the present, it's a good reminder of how to live. It takes a lot of work and it takes mindfulness.
Yeah, and Nick, you had mentioned the have to years or whatever.
Yeah.
And my buddy Brett, he actually tries to put it in perspective. Instead of using the term I have to, use the term I get to.
Sure.
Right? So like I have to go to work. No, I get to go to work.
Yeah.
I
get to go bail out my son.
I have to go pick up my kid. I get to go pick up my kid. You know what I mean? Like rather
I can see that.
Like, so maybe look at it.
I get to have a prostate exam today.
Yeah.
I get to.
I get a finger up the butt.
Yeah.
I get to have it removed because of cancer.
Yeah.
I understand, and it's a way.
You have to practice it.
I would imagine so.
It is
because
not
some of those
something-
things I have a hard time saying I get to.
I get to fail to have a boner.
I don't know. So, how should we deal with this unhappiness in your 40s?
I know how.
How?
Square dancing.
No. Experts advise trying to remember that with all this chaos comes frustration, stress, exhaustion, and some unhappiness too.
Yes.
There's so much going on, and you're allowed to be over it. And it also says, figure out your glass balls and your plastic balls. The glass balls.
Thank you. You don't have to shave either of them.
The glass balls are the parts of your life that you...
balls are so smooth, they're like glass.
That you just can't drop no matter what, while the plastic ones are the things that this week or month you can let go of because they don't matter much in the big picture. They can drop and will bounce and they'll be okay.
Well, that comes to the ability of learning how to prioritize, which is something that is elusive to so many people.
All right, how about this one? Happiness is fleeting, but contentment is achievable.
Okay. That's not bad.
Because moments of happiness come and go, and then they're gone. But you can attain a level of contentedness.
I would like to add this thing, Nick, that you mentioned to me. Maybe you can describe it fairly, quickly. We're not going to go too deep into it, but the 1-3-5 process of prioritizing.
Yeah, I shared this with my dad recently, too.
This is a pretty cool idea.
You're going to have a whole bunch of tasks every day. There's going to be one big one, 3 medium-sized ones, and 5 small ones. Don't do any more, don't do any less. You can't tackle 5 big projects, but you can tackle 5 small ones. You can tackle 1 big project a day and then 3 medium-sized ones.
And you just literally write them down and put them in that category. 1 big one, 3 medium ones, and 5 little ones, and you knock them off your list. You actually, and I'm a list maker of things I have to do. I have this thing an erasable tablet on my wall, and I write them down, and I love marking them off. As soon as I mark it off, it feels like I have achieved something. And if I can clear my list for the day, it's been a good day.
Yeah, I'm the same.
But 1-3-5, I like that. Break them down into their, and then that way you can parse out, all right, I'm going to do 2 medium ones and 1 small one, then I'll do the big one, and then I only have, 1 medium one and 4.
Oddly enough,
whatever.
That's what Nell is rapping about in that song.
Is she really? I couldn't even.
One, 3, 5.
Yeah, 1-3-5.
Is that the name of the song?
Well, it's officially Gin and Squirrel Juice, parentheses, 1-3-5.
1-3-5.
All right. One more story?
Sure.
All right. From the JSI.
Home of the Jim Varney Film Institute.
Nightmares and daymares. Dreamlike.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice work.
You guys are insane.
That was good.
That's how we operate.
Daymares. Master of the nightmares.
Champion of the sun.
You're a master of karate and friendship for everyone. Daymares.
Sometimes it takes us so long to get to, I'm just waiting. I want to know what.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how the song ends?
We'll gladly finish it for you.
Nightmares and daymares, dreamlike hallucinations that appear when awake, may be little-known signs of the onset of lupus and other systemic autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, according to a new study published Monday in the Journal of eClinical Medicine.
It's funny because I go through a number of different sites that I visit daily, domestically, and then I hop over to some of the British tabloids and the Daily Mail and the Sun and some of the what is the other one, the Guardian, and they are just jammed full of. Do you have a white spot on your fingernail? You could have Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah.
There's every 5th or 6th article. It's for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
You're panicking the hell out of people.
There's some fear mongering involved in that stuff for sure. And in fact, I saw a study recently that doctors are they're overwhelmed with people who are incorrectly diagnosing themselves.
Yes, I can see
regularly because of stuff they see online.
Yeah.
I recently had to go to the doctor, and I sat the night before here at work, and then I had to go, sitting in the waiting room, and I was sure they were going to have to drain something from my body, from my elbow. And I'm like,
was it sweetness?
The needle's going to be huge. It's going to hurt. Man. I wonder how painful it. I was convinced that that's what was happening because I Googled what it was.
Oh.
No.
And I get in there and he's like, so just go home and rest it. And I was like,
wait,
oh
what?
my God. I was like, I'm not getting it. You're not draining it? He was like,
Dude.
Draining what? No. What are you talking about?
Kathy, for years giving the this talk to men who are facing or I would say had been we're going through the process of having the prostate removed through the type of surgery that I had, very meticulous, state of the art stuff. I would first off at the beginning of this quote unquote very informal lecture, I'd say, don't go to WebMD. Don't look this
Right.
up online.
Yeah.
In fact, and some guys would go check out what the surgery. There's actual footage of the surgery.
Right.
I said, when you go to get your oil changed, do you watch videos about oil being changed? So stop that. You're going to be asleep when it happens. But the need for people to on that stuff research, and then they invariably. I don't know anyone who's ever comforted by what they saw online.
Steve, when my friend had a baby, she didn't read a thing.
Yeah.
She didn't go to any classes. She just showed up with a giant belly and was like, I don't know, tell me what to do. Because she was like, I would freak myself out.
Yes.
She said,
Yeah.
I don't want to know when or how the epidural is. She didn't want to know anything about it.
Yeah.
And-
that's how I would be. That's exactly. I would just show up and be like, all right, just tell me what to do.
Just do
Well,
it.
listen, that's why at my vasectomy, I looked up what the procedure was all about, and I'm like, knock me out, dude. I do not want to be awake. I know what you're doing down there.
I know what you're up to.
Yeah. By the way, so if you have a nightmare, you probably have lupus. So
All right, sounds good.
no.
How often do you have nightmares?
I have them. I've told Casey this many times. When I have nightmares, they're usually daymares. Because I have them when I take a nap.
Mm-hmm.
When I sleep overnight, very rarely do I have an unsettling dream. I have vivid dreams regularly, but the ones that are unsettling are almost the ones I always take at when I have a nap. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
There was a dream I had. It wasn't a nightmare. It was in the parking lot here, Preston. You were helping me. Someone had taken the starter from my car and had left an 18-wheel truck next to my car, and we were trying to figure out why you would steal the starter out of my car and leave an 18-wheel truck, which is probably far more expensive, and we couldn't reason that.
Yep.
I don't think that
It wasn't a nightmare, though.
I don't think that I dream all that often, but I did have a nightmare just the other night this week, and woke up and I was like, that was all, and it just felt like I didn't have a good night's sleep because I was so worried about what was happening in the dream.
Isn't it statistically true that most of your dreaming occurs towards the ass end of your sleep?
I think
And
so.
right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
Both.
the beginning. I had a dream the other day with Casey and Nick both in it. I told Casey the whole thing, and he looked at me like, what kind of drugs do you take?
Yeah, but I was also a little bit jealous that you were able to recall all of that information. There was a lot going on.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I had a dream.
I love that. It never makes sense.
I had a dream last night, and I need to say this before I forget it. I was somewhere in a mall, and I was wearing socks, no shoes, and the floor was slick, and I was skating around as if it were like a skating rink.
Like you're
But I mean,
Hans Sprinker.
Yeah, dude, like doing moves and I was flowing freely and I wasn't doing like triple axles and stuff like that.
you weren't.
I wasn't doing aerials. But I was getting a great exercise in, and I found out there was a subculture of other people that do this too.
Mall skaters.
Mall
Sock
skaters. It was kind of like that.
Yeah.
Sock skaters. It was great.
Were your arms behind your back? Like
and I was doing big grand gestures with my hands and stuff like that, but I wasn't jumping because that's just ludicrous.
What's the name of it? Na, 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 na. What is that?
Is that the Blue Danube? Is that what that is?
No. Is that from the Nutcracker?
It is.
That's the theme to Roadhouse.
They play it in Caddyshack when they're in the pool.
Yes. Not Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies. That's a different one.
That's from the Nutcracker Suite.
Yeah, that's what he had said. He said from the Nutcracker, but I don't remember the time.
There it is. Waltz of the Flowers.
Okay.
This is in
This is in Caddyshack.
Yes,
in the
that's
pool
it.
scene.
Right.
Yeah,
But
they're
I
doing the
love-
synchronized swimming.
These dreams, because I have very, very similar ones where I'm like skating or and you're so graceful.
Honestly, too, when you it's a classic dream. The ability to fly is so amazing.
But me and Casey and Nick kicked these guys' asses in my other dream.
yeah.
It was
Right.
cool, yeah.
Suck it, losers.
Yeah. Then we ended up in line in a third world country in a prison, but we were wearing fluffy spa robes.
So you were in
In
like
the
a
prison.
Mexican prison, but they
Not Mexican. It was in an Asian country somewhere.
and you had spa robes on.
And we snuck out. We broke out, and there was a spa nearby, and that's where we hid out because we blended in with our robes.
It makes sense.
That's
It makes perfect
the
sense.
dream. That's part of the dream. I told Casey the full dream. There
So
was
what-
more to it.
Did you carve your loofah sponge into a shiv?
No, we didn't have to do anything
Oh, okay.
like that. We just held our soup bowls and
And walked
then
out.
we slipped out.
Man, I love spa robes.
They are the best, aren't they?
They're good rogues.
All right, hang on. By the way,
This just in.
lupus
from Bad News Bears.
Yeah, and nightmares. So such unusual symptoms, like the nightmares, may be a signal that an established disease may about to intensify, worsen, or flare, or require medical treatment. This is according to the lead study author.
Oh, just to make that nightmare that much more fun.
It says in a disease like lupus, they said, which is well known for affecting multiple organs, including the brain, we found that these patterns of symptoms in other rheumatological diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, Sjogren's syndrome, and systemic sclerosis. But they're saying that nightmares could be a sign that you have issues like this. It's not necessarily
possibly lupus,
full-on indicator, or some other autoimmune issue.
You could also have Flarkin's kerfuffle.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want Flarkin's kerfuffle.
No.
Which is where your testicles become as polished as glass.
The new study surveyed 400 doctors and 676 people living with lupus, and also conducted detailed interviews with 50 clinicians and other people living with systemic autoimmune rheumatic diseases, including lupus.
So you have an autoimmune. I do,
yeah.
I have the vitiligo is autoimmune. The achalasia that I had, which is my esophageal condition, which was corrected.
We have a series of autoimmune issues in our family cluster.
Didn't we used to bill ourselves as the morning show with more
skin diseases
than any?
Yes.
Now we have autoimmune.
Me and Steve, yeah. All right, I think we ought to wrap up the Just Saying Institute right there. There's a lot of work that's being done, and it continues, and we'll cover more of that research another day.
Thank God it's there.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We will get to the bizarre file when we return, so stick around.
Preston and Steve.
Decided that when I am the noticer.
Oh, you're going to do something?
You're going to put a fake beard on?
I'm going to put on.
Wow.
Nice. All right.
Hero.
That's going to get old real quick.
Noticer mask.
Oh, kind of like the noticer?
Preston Elliott, in the dark of night, he seeks out stories to entertain you. He is the noticer.
I have this superhero mask, and it's sat on my desk for years, and I'm like, I wish I could do something with that.
He wished he could do something with it.
So I'm now wearing the superhero mask when I am the noticer.
Known to a select few as the noticer.
Yeah. This will get old, right?
It's
Kate?
going to get old for you, not for me.
It's already old.
Well, I noticed that the Mega Millions jackpot for today has ballooned up to $540 million.
Where does that put that in comparison to the biggest of all time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That $1.1 billion Powerball lottery, there's still. I can't look at you.
I'm sorry, I have this mask on my face right now.
Preston Elliott.
I'll take it off in a minute.
Nick can't look at him, but we can.
There were 3 winners, 3 tickets won. One is yet to be claimed. If Preston has a mask on, Casey probably should have one on too.
It's not that hard to push a button.
Casey Boy Wonder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I put some saran wrap on my face and have
And no salt crap on your face. It'll do you give you a hot wharf.
A steaming
steaming Klingon?
Steaming Klingon.
I just gave Casey a steaming Klingon.
Sure, if I'm wearing a mask, then Nick should take his shirt off.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Well, and if Nick's taking his shirt off, I should probably take mine
Done.
off.
Oh, Marissa found some saran wrap.
It's a loop.
Dude, are you serious?
It's for the bit.
All right.
Preston Elliott, notice some other things. He's still wearing his mask.
I am still wearing my mask. You know what? I'm going to have an imprint of this mask on my face when I'm done, probably.
So people are going to know who you really are.
Damn it.
We have found out who Batman is. Mr. Wayne, would you step forward? So he's got the line around his.
Yeah. How'd you know?
What?
He does have eye makeup on too, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes. How do you get that off so quickly? And
They're appliques.
And how do you put it on? But he does have.
What do you mean?
What?
He's got
see the lines.
the circles around his eyes like the trick binoculars.
And his hair's all molded into the pointed bat ear. That. Come here, look in the mirror. Oh, damn it.
For a while, believe it or not, there was octopus wrestling.
Really?
And you can look that up if you want to.
Who did that?
Or octopus fighting. I'm sorry.
Oh, so an octopus would face off against an octopus. It wouldn't be an octopus
No. A
facing off
person.
against 8 people?
No, one person.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was a thing back in like the 1940s or something
Wow.
like that. Nick, do me a favor. Look it
Now
up.
it's time for an octopus fight. Say, this fellow looks rather spry. Do you care to face the octopus?
I wonder if there's
I
anything.
squirted ink in his face. That's dirty pool.
Nick is looking up. I don't see it. What are you looking at? The lion?
The lion and the anaconda. I didn't know that was a fight that was possible.
There are you can find animal fights, like in the wild.
To be honest, I never much liked anacondas anyway. But I guess if lions and anacondas can get along, maybe we all can.
Can you click on that lion anaconda? I want to see that.
That one looked fake.
I was going to watch Doc Ock versus Spider-Man.
No.
There was a series for a while, Preston, you remember, where they had imaginary battles.
Yeah.
So who would win between a fight between a polar bear
and a crocodile?
And a crocodile, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now, this is 4.5 minutes long.
Or what would win, I should say.
Yeah, we don't have time to watch all this. So now we're watching a lion attack a giraffe. Or actually, the giraffe is attacking the lion.
Yeah. Lion, giraffe
kicking its ass, too. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Trampling this thing.
I know. That you never thought that a giraffe could beat a lion. But I guess I never much thought that, too.
I never much thought that, too. Now we're watching a cobra versus a mongoose. Those are known adversaries. They would have fights. You put two of those in a
Ricky Tikki Tavi, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And now meerkat versus hoot owl.
Snake versus crocodile.
All right, let's go.
Casey's all about this. Man. Yeah.
I think it's snake.
The snake will win the fight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Looks like the
crocodile won it. I don't know.
I've seen alligator versus an eel.
Do they tap out?
The snake doesn't have
Remember,
any.
snake. Safe word to sofa.
All right, jaguar versus crocodile. All right, let's see.
You gonna give him play-by-play?
Jag doesn't have a chance. He doesn't even know that the crocodile's in the water.
Looks like he's dragging it out, Casey.
Looks like he's dragging it out, though.
The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an opinion which found in part that sharing passwords is a crime prosecutable under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And the decision, according to a dissenting opinion on the case, makes millions of people who share passwords for services like Netflix and HBO Go into unwitting federal criminals.
I don't want to go to jail for something stupid like that. Like, I know people who have who rent the streaming movies. Whatever's in the theater right now, they can get online. I'm like,
Right.
I am not
Would it suck?
doing hard time.
If you're sitting in a cell with a guy who cut somebody's head off,
Yeah.
what are you in for? I shared my Netflix password. Say that again? I shared my Netflix password. But tell me how you beheaded that family again.
All right, so I'm a little concerned by this news story.
How many federal laws have you violated?
I don't know. Are there any gray areas in this? And I don't quite get what the illegality on sharing passwords is.
All right, here let me. This is the case that supposedly may set the precedent. The decision came in the case of David Nussel, an employee at the executive search or headhunter firm Korn Ferry International. Nussel, Korn Ferry.
And nozzle.
I'm the corn fairy. Your corn will grow tall and yellow. Thank you, corn fairy. The Indians refer to it as maize.
If it helps, corn is spelled Korn.
Oh, okay.
And then fairy is Ferry.
Wrong fairy. This is the corn fairy.
I only have one TV in my house, but other people use my Netflix account, and they have their own separate channels. But I'm the one that's paying for it. But I'm allowing them to use it in a different place.
No, then you should be okay if you're covered for X amount of screens.
Yeah,
then
I am.
I don't think
then you're
that-
fine.
Okay.
But it's
But the people are sharing it, and
I'd lawyer up.
This is all gonna be admitted as evidence in the trial.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McElwain. On the evening of April 23rd, you seemingly shared your Netflix password with a whole cadre of people.
I object.
I'd like to represent myself.
Khloe Kardashian is denying that she was bullying Chloe Moretz when she tweeted a photo of what she believed to be the 19-year-old star's bare butt over the Kim Kardashian-Taylor Swift drama.
Oh, man. Steve, you blew this one.
I saw this picture, though.
I didn't see it.
And it's, now, apparently there was butthole visible.
No.
That's what I hear because it was blocked out. Chloe Moretz Grace Mellencamp is bent over on the beach, and she was wearing a bikini, and they blocked out the area that would be said butthole.
If you're wearing a bikini, how do you see butthole?
The bikini
Off to the
cinches
side.
in, and the butthole pops out.
It's one of my favorite words, by the way.
Butthole.
Butthole.
All right, take a look at this picture.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
See what I'm saying?
So she's riding piggyback on a guy, and he's reaching around with his hands to grab her, I guess her legs to support her, but he grabbed her suit and pulled it off to the side.
Whoa.
Oh, that sucks.
And it exposes her butthole.
Okay, but why is Khloe Kardashian tweeting this?
Because she's striking back at Chloe Grace Moretz because she chimed in on the Tay Kanye conflict.
Now look at this butthole.
Yeah, look at this chick's butthole.
All right, all right. So the response that Chloe wrote was, "Is this the hole you're talking about, or whatever?"
Okay.
So I want to know what Chloe's Maurice Gretz Mellencamp's.
All right.
What her tweet was.
She initially reacted to the Kim and Taylor war by tweeting, "Everyone in this industry needs to get their heads out of a hole."
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And look around to realize what's actually happening in the real world.
That prompted Chloe to post a picture of her butthole.
I rest my case.
Man.
I'm glad we did that story, though.
The Butthole Wars, they have begun.
The Butthole Wars.
Here, I'm going to read this headline to you. Poisonous rattlesnake warning in South Jersey. Casey hates the idea of rattlesnakes. And where are you spending your summer?
South Jersey.
That's right.
Oh my
So this, honestly, and we have been for the longest time saying you have nothing to worry about, and apparently we were wrong.
Well, listen, I always thought that they were like west of the Mississippi, like Colorado, Utah, Nevada, that area. And then, lo and behold, a couple of summers ago, my father-in-law saw one up in the Poconos. And I'm like, what? And I didn't believe him.
Because he lies. He's the one who told you about the flying squirrels.
He's a drinker, and he's a
Let me
known
tell
liar.
you something. The place is crawling with unicorns.
Well, he also told me about the flying squirrels up there as well, and I
Now
didn't
that
believe him.
he's accurate.
Well, he's accurate about the rattlesnakes too.
Yeah, the guy is just absolutely tapped into nature. He's Grizzly Adams.
He's a mountain man. He's
a mountain man.
Yeah.
He eats tree bark and lives off deer pee.
If you think one of these snakes has bitten someone, seek medical help immediately.
Oh my God! It says once they bite you, they turn your cell phone off.
Oh no!
Yeah, so you can't call for help.
They're that.
Yeah, they're smart too. Look at snakes getting it on.
We're looking at snakes screwing.
Yeah.
Oh, hey!
Wow, look at that. That actually looks pretty hot. The way they wrap around each other like that.
Romantic.
Look at that.
They provide their own bondage equipment.
That's cozy, actually. They're cuddling.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. Ah! Sorry. I got it all over what I perceive to be your back. I can't. Well, snakes, it's hard to tell.
One more time, I'm sorry.
So dumb.
Snake sex on the Preston and Steve show.
I'm gonna bang your skin right off you.
You know
they're molting.
The whole thing, yeah.
Romantic.
I banged this chick so hard last night. She totally molted right there.
Can snakes use their own molted skin as condoms?
Oh, I don't know about that. I was thinking more of like a sex doll, you know?
Yeah.
Because when the
Filled
skin
it up with peat moss. It was just like the real thing.
skin comes off whole sometimes, it seems like. Well, we got rattlers. There's a warning in South Jersey. Just to give you guys a head up, officially a warning. They're saying to keep an eye out. It's the mating season, and they're a little bit more prevalent this time around, even though they're endangered. So keep in mind, just listen for the sound of them mating.
And you'll know.
And you
Run.
should know. Exactly. And then finally, Korn will release its 12th album, The Serenity of Suffering, on October 21st via Roadrunner. Grammy Award winner Nick Raskelanik, who has worked with Foo Fighters, Deftones, and Mastodon, is producing it. So they're going in this softer direction.
In store or online, terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Coors Light. You can join the President Steve Show for the official opening of the Jersey Shore live from Keating's North Wildwood tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. Our friends at Coors Light bring it to you. Choose chill at the Jersey Shore. We will begin with this. Pasadena police Monday announced the arrest of a 63-year-old man suspected of setting off more than 150 unidentified explosions over a nearly 2-year span.
How many?
150.
Dear God.
Art Leon Barain was arrested and now faces 3 felony counts of possession of explosives with intent to injure or intimidate. Bail was set at $1.5 million. Most of the explosions happened in the middle of the night. 14 occurred over the last 2 weeks alone.
What kind of a level of explosive are we talking about?
Don't know. They didn't explain in the story, but most of the incidents were unreported. But Pasadena's fire investigator began tracking the explosions caught on the city's shot spotter system that can detect like gunfire and stuff. That let police narrow in on specific streets. Video captured 2 suspected vehicles registered to Bahrain. And as they were out collecting evidence, detectives heard a loud explosion in the area and observed a car drive through a white cloud of smoke nearby.
Jeez.
They stopped the BMW and arrested Bahrain. He was taken into custody and evidence was collected from his car related to that explosion. No injuries have been reported in connection with the explosions. Do you remember the one that was around here?
I was thinking the same thing. It was in Bucks County, right?
The guy was using a drone.
Yeah.
To drop small
Bombs.
explosives.
Yeah.
And it was going on for a while. It reminded me of that. Deputies in Florida discovered more than just clothes in a dryer after finding a wanted suspect in the tumble-ready hideout.
Oh, that's so cute.
While serving a warrant last week.
It's like a ride.
Deputies were looking for 31-year-old David Jerome Jackson. He was wanted for a shooting in a home on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Deputies received a tip that Jackson was nearby in a home. They began their search after getting a warrant, and they made their way to the laundry room after looking extensively. And Jackson was then discovered in a remarkably small dryer drum. The look on his face, the police said, a combination of guilt, embarrassment, and warm hosiery. He was pulled from the dryer one limb at a time as he clung to his tumble-ready hideout. Outside the dryer, deputies removed 3 dryer sheets, 2 mismatched socks, and a crumpled up tissue from his surprisingly wrinkled Star Wars shirt.
You know, they found him. He was whistling, "I'll tumble for you."
Jackson was taken into custody to face charges. A 35-year-old woman in Iowa will spend the remainder of her days behind bars for killing her stepmother, suffocating the 58-year-old woman with a pillow, and then posting a video to Snapchat proudly confessing to the crime. This is how they got her.
Yeah, wow.
A jury found Samantha Bevins guilty of first-degree murder in the slaying of Jody Bevins, which happened in 2022. Under Iowa state law, defendants convicted of first-degree murder must serve a mandatory sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Jurors unanimously found Samantha Bevins guilty, despite her contentions that her boyfriend, Tekoa Talley, was the one who smothered Jody Bevins inside of the victim's home. Tally last year was also found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. The most damaging piece of evidence was a video filmed by Samantha and posted to her Snapchat account in which she triumphantly declared that she was the one who killed her stepmother. The brief video was filmed by Samantha and features her in the foreground with Tally standing a few feet behind her. It was posted to her Snapchat in July of 2022. She said, and I quote, I killed her myself. She said it in a matter-of-fact tone. And then she says, and I knew this was going to happen. Or no, I'm sorry. He said, and I knew this was going to happen, so good job.
And I helped.
And then Samantha said, we killed her. And then Tally says, yeah, we did.
Man.
Samantha Bevinson appears happy as she looks directly into the camera and gives a wide, open-mouthed smile before holding up her middle finger to the camera. Prosecutors reportedly said Samantha Bevins planned to kill Jody Bevins as payback for kicking her out of the house.
Why wouldn't you want somebody like that living with you?
She took the stand in her own defense last week and told jurors that she was mad at Tally, whom she claimed was the real killer, and that she only made the video in an attempt to get some kind of reaction from him. She further claimed that at the time of the filming, she was high on methamphetamine and was unable to tell what was going on.
God
almighty. She'll have the rest of her life to think about it behind bars.
Yeah.
An ambulance collided with a moose early Sunday morning as it responded to another crash also involving a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The first crash was reported just after 1 a.m. A vehicle struck a moose, left in the roadway, and then hit a tree. And then, according to police, one of the two paramedic service ambulances responding to the scene also collided with a moose.
That is incredible.
Police said that the ambulance was extensively damaged, but no one was injured. Yeah. Two people were injured in the initial crash, one of whom was reported to have life-threatening injuries. Both victims were taken to the hospital before the critically injured victim was transferred to a Toronto trauma center.
I mean, a moose is so huge, but I mean, an ambulance, it's going to cause some massive damage.
Police said both the injured man and woman are residents of Quebec.
Jeez.
All right, then one last story, and we will wrap it up. Let's go with this one. We'll end with a cute one, okay? In Florida, it was an emergency for pizza, at least for 5-year-old Xavier. Xavier hankered for his favorite cheesy treat, pepperoni pizza, so he called 911 multiple times to assist him with his emergency. Deputies Terry, Dill, Fitzpatrick, Fields, and Reichschneider and Domino's Pizza teamed together to satisfy Xavier's pizza craving.
What are you talking about, son?
What am I talking about? I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
But the delivery didn't come without a lesson. The deputies were sure to inform Xavier about using 911 for proper emergencies. Deputies reported that the 5-year-old thoroughly enjoyed his emergency pizza, and they got a good laugh out of it as
Should
well.
have hung out and had a pizza party.
Yeah, pizza party. So 5 years old, 911, multiple times for pizza.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break. Starting to get dark here.
It
is. Ballackinwood, so I guess one of those storm cells is making its way through. So heads up, you're out on the road. There are a couple of severe cells that are popping up out there. We're going to break and be back in a moment. A little later this morning, Jacoby Shaddix and Chris Daughtry together on the program. Be right back. The album. The album is a follow-up to 2013's Paradigm Shift. On the album, Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor makes an appearance on the song "A Different World." Stop it!
The hell?
It's gross.
Good Lord.
That reminds me of something. I can't
Tasmanian
think of what it is.
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
Or Slayer.
do it again. All right. Okay. Nimnut.
Nimnut.
Nimnut. Is that what he's saying?
You not. You not.
Yim not.
It's such a weird sound coming out of a human.
All right.
Did Mel Blanc do Tasmanian Devil? He must have,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Let's see. Josh Dallas and Jennifer Goodwin fell in love off screen as their Once Upon a Time characters fell in love on screen.
I can't say I wouldn't fall in love with someone named Josh Dallas.
He told reporters at Comic-Con, magical.
Magical.
On and off screen. It was magical.
Magic.
I can remember now when we were shooting the pilot.
I'm going to cry.
We were shooting that scene where he rides up on the horse and she's asleep in the coffin and she's surrounded by
She's beautiful. Oh my God, she's a vision.
So she's asleep in the coffin.
Oh my God.
And she's surrounded.
She's a vision.
She's surrounded by the forest.
The chirp of a bird.
And listen, and he says, and she's, for all he knows, she's dead. And he goes to kiss her, and she went, "That's disgusting."
Yeah. Sure.
He thinks she's dead.
Oh, well, if you saw the scene, he's actually taking his pants off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm alive. Oh, I knew that. It's just adjusting my. What were you about to do? Nothing. I had to pee.
You were going to pee on her?
No. I was gonna go behind the tree. You were gonna bang a corpse. I was not. That would have changed the whole tone and tenor of the show if it turned out he was a necrophile.
Oh my God.
He would be less charming, I would say that.
Yeah.
You know, charming in this thing. No, what? You're dead people. No. Yeah. That's how he met Snow. Thought she was dead.
And then after that, she wakes up, and now he's committed.
He's stuck with her.
And he's stuck with her.
And on and on and on.
He just wanted to, do his business and move on his way because he's a necrophiliac.
Right. And it's horrible because there's so many times you can have a hummingbird land on your shoulder.
My mom last week had a hip replacement surgery.
Yeah.
So I'm over her house the other day, and so she can't, so after having a hip replacement, she has to sleep on her back. So
Sure.
she has a hard time with that. So she decided to sleep on the recliner downstairs because she can't sleep in her bed on her back. So the problem is she weighs 10 pounds, Steve.
She does. She's a tiny woman.
She's a tiny little thing. And so she can't, she doesn't weigh enough to weigh the recliner down,
She
right?
can't activate the recliner. She's
she
so
can
small.
put it down, but as the seconds go by, the recliner just lifts up, and she's in a seated position again. So I'm trying to rig the recliner so it stays down, which requires me to get things out of the house. So I need to go at one point into the basement. And I'm 41 years old, Steve, and I opened the basement door, and it's dark down there, and I was like, oh.
Ma, can you come with me?
Mom who just had a hip replacement has to walk Casey down the stairs into the basement.
So your childhood fears come rushing back.
Oh, Steve, I had chills up and down my arm.
You've now passed on the basement because it's too scary, and you go up to the second scariest room, or perhaps the most scary.
Yeah,
Are you
man.
crapping yourself?
Well, not yet. I'm like, oh man, I have to move a couple of things. I open the door, and I look at the top of the stairs, and there's a thing there. I was like, oh man, what is that? So I turn, a
thing.
There was something at the top of the steps.
There's a thing.
All right, so there's something at the top, a figure at the top of the stairs.
You
Steve.
swear that you see a figure. What did this figure look like?
So
a man, a woman?
I do the same thing that I do in the basement. I put my hand on the light switch,
right,
and then I put my face away from the stairwell. Now I'm looking, towards the hallway of the second floor. I turn the light on, right, and then I look at the top of the steps, and sure enough, there's a kid statue there, and I'm like, oh man,
a kid statue.
It's all right. So it's actually cute. It's like a doll that. It's a kid, you're supposed to put it up against the wall where it looks like the kid's crying, like he's having.
Come play
with me?
He's having a temper tantrum.
Oh, one of those things.
Right.
You've seen those where they're.
He's like this, Preston.
It's like a stuffed. Okay. Right, and it's supposed to look like a kid or playing hide and go seek.
Right.
Okay.
But when I see it, I just get chills all down my arm, and I'm like, oh my God.
And you're sweating.
And I'm sweating, and I still, because I love my mother, I have to go to the third floor and find something.
Face your fears.
So that she
can play together forever and ever and ever.
So I have to go up these steps, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, just don't turn around, right? To this kid's statue. I'm 41 years old, by the way. Don't turn around, right? So I go up to the top of the steps, and there are no lights on the third floor. So I have the one light in the stairwell. I'm like chills the whole time. And then the demon room was there, and it's all dark, and like I just.
Were you embarrassed?
No, I was by myself. I'm embarrassed telling you guys now because I'm 41 years old, and I'm afraid of ghosts.
41, yeah.
Everyone in Philadelphia is listening.
And so I had tunnel vision the whole time I was up.
By the way, not to make this story any longer, if you too are afraid of something in your house, feel free to call in and share your stories. 215-263-WMM. Marcus is taking a long time. Go ahead.
No. The story's over. I got what I needed.
Oh, we ended.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
I got what I needed, but the fear did not leave me. The chills did not leave my arm until I came all the way downstairs and got to where my sister was there too. Got to my
Why didn't your sister go up?
I don't know. Because I'm the man of the
You're the
house.
man of the
I was the man.
Clearly. Let me go have the heart attack.
The man of the house.
Gonna go up. I'm gonna crap myself. I'm gonna go get the ladies, please.
Wow.
I think there's a porn star named Huge Ackman.
Do
I think so.
Do we think?
Yeah,
or,
I think there is. I'm going to Google it.
Okay.
You do what you were doing there.
Huge Ackman.
Or Hugh Jackman.
I like Huge Ackman because there's John E. Depth.
Yeah.
We do know that. John E. Depth.
Huge Ack.
The production manager for Guns N' Roses, the current lineup on the
John E. Depth.
Okay.
What about Wilfred Rimley?
Yeah. Rim.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's a Bill Ackman.
There's a.
If I were a porn star and I were huge, I would be called Huge Ackman.
But what's Ackman?
That's my last name.
His last name.
Huge is what I am.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
You usually want the first name to be the action on the second, right?
No, or do whatever you want.
All right.
Yeah.
It's your porn star.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Lindsay Lohan is reportedly pushing fiance Igor Tarabasov to get treatment for anger management.
You got to do something. And now.
The news comes just a few days after the blowout fight in London, which ended with police breaking down the door to Lindsay's home and receiving calls from the neighbors. We talked about this the other day.
You've got serious issues.
Now, her rep told Page Six, Lindsay believes Igor has anger management issues and she would like him to go to therapy. They both want to work things out. Other sources claim that Igor has become controlling over Lindsay, explaining he has taken control over her business. He's in charge of her finances and is controlling over her deals, even though he has no experience in Hollywood.
Do you want to know my issue with Igor? He's always hanging out with his buddies, Dracula, Frankenstein, and Wolfman. And they're great. Don't get me wrong, they're great guys. Mm-hmm. But they get into trouble.
Bros before hoes, that's his thing.
Bros before hoes.
Oh, my God.
And it's like he's off to Transylvania.
Lindsay's rep said that...
He did the mash. He did the monster mash. and no, don't get me wrong. It was a graveyard smash. Mm-hmm.
Lindsay's rep also said...
It cut out of the flash.
I cannot confirm her pregnancy. So
what's the deal?
Little follow-up to that.
We don't have that?
No.
We don't have that? Come on.
We don't have the Monster Man.
Wait a second. Doesn't Ben play anything they feel like?
Can we borrow from them?
Isn't that the rough and tumble philosophy?
I hope they play that today.
Monster Man.
Yeah.
It's probably not.
Chuck.
This is to my personal story.
Yep.
It's not like it's Halloween. I was working in the lab late one night with my eyes beheld a scary sight. For my monster from his slab began.
So anyhow.
And suddenly, to my surprise, he entered the match. Into the monster match.
The monster match.
Igor likes the monster match.
He did the match.
It caught on in the flash.
The match.
He did the monster match. Now everyone's, what's that?
The monster.
Justin, who called in earlier this morning, they had a dumpster pool party in Philadelphia.
A smaller dumpster.
And the license and inspections said you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's against the law in Philadelphia. And we work right across the city limits of Philadelphia. So we're like, not unlike the movie Footloose.
Hey, right.
You cross the city limits. It's legal to do it, so we figured we'd have one on our own here this morning. Oh, my God. I just saw a picture of it. That's crazy. One person who might be ready to get in the water. I'm looking at Casey. He's wearing goggles and he has a, what do you call it, swim cap on?
A USA skin cap,
yeah.
I'm ready for the dumpster pool Olympics.
A star-spangled swim cap on, ready to go.
There's history to be made today as well. A team of Casey's.
Attempting the world record for laps underwater without taking a breath in a dumpster pool. We will have an official world record that's taking place live on the Preston and Steve show this
We just
morning.
might see this at the next Olympics, Preston.
Swimmers, take your mark. Go!
Oh, man, started.
He's going down. He's made it to the first end. He's turned around and he's coming back. It's full turn under the water, pushing off the end. Preston, he's back for number two. Turning around back towards number 3. To the back end. He's doing this whole thing underwater.
Wow.
His turns are pretty precise.
Well,
Except for that last one. Come on, he's up.
And he's up. He's up. He did 4.
USA!
Yes, all right. I'm going to try to break Casey's world record for dumpster swimming.
Now, Preston is one of those privileged people who has a pool in his backyard.
I do. My pool is about probably twice the size of this length.
It's
and
2 dumpsters side by side.
I went in and I did a couple of quick test laps, and it's a little further than I thought it was going to be.
Well, let's see. I can't let you break my world record without me attempting to break your world record.
And we are ready. And we are set. Go. He's underwater. All right, he's got
Suddenly he's become British.
1 length, turned around, coming back.
He's back. He's coming back.
Right.
2 lengths, done. Now he's going halfway for his 3rd length.
It's a merman.
Turning around, approaching his 4th length. This is to tie the world record. He has tied the world record.
He's going again.
He's going. Oh, wow. Is he going to shatter the world record? He did 5. 5! Oh.
5! He shattered.
Day in the
Destroyed
morning.
the world record.
Let's get a word with the champion. Champ, how do you feel? Are you exhausted? Woo! What were you using as your technique?
I feel pretty good. My technique was just all natural technique. Was just glide through the water, Pierre. It looks like somebody's suiting up down there at the end of the platform.
Oh, Casey getting in.
Casey,
There we go.
Graceful entrance.
you should be on the cover of Men's Health. Ready? And
Metro traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we were having this off-air discussion yesterday. There's a friend of ours who is, so he's he's got a new stepchild in his life.
Yes.
An adult stepchild. And that stepchild is getting married. And we were talking about who pays for what. So his stepchild is a male.
Yeah.
And Casey and I were talking about, well, you're not going to have to buck up any money for that because
It's usually the bride's family that pays for it, and then there what is the classic understanding is that
I've always understood the bride's family pays for the wedding, the husband's family pays for the rehearsal dinner.
That's what I've always heard.
Right.
And apparently someone
has changed that.
Has changed all.
What in the hell?
Yeah.
No, well, so I was texting with this person the day before and making fun of him that he was going to have to start writing checks, and he was like, "I'm not writing checks. The bride's family pays for the wedding." I said, "Well, did the bride's family offer to pay for the wedding? And he was like, well, I don't know. So what I said was, yes, traditionally, that's how we know is that the bride's family pays for it. But that's not the case. Everything is so expensive now. And this is not new. This is years. Traditionally, that's how it would always go. But there are, in many cases, like I think more, in my opinion, more often than not now, it's split. The groom's family will throw in, the bride and the groom themselves will pay.
So is that so by simple
I think hold
default,
on, wait, last thing. I think traditionally the way it still happens is if the bride's family has money.
Okay. Okay. So what happens is, and I think a lot of times, and it happens, and I've seen it happen where they'll come to an agreement, or maybe, okay, we're going to do this, or we'll pick up some of that. But really, what I see more happening these days, Kathy, is that the couple themselves seem to be getting married later on in life. They're like 18, 19 years old, getting married, and they pay for it.
I like the idea of this. I think it should be shared.
The entire weight should be on the bride's family.
All of it.
I think honestly, in fairness,
you know what?
It should be
Kick
shared.
in for the dinner too.
But I had no idea that it was becoming the norm. I think the exact words to us yesterday were like, "Oh, that's old time.
Yeah,
well,
that's an old tradition. Nobody does that anymore."
No, I said because you said, well, my friends just paid for a wedding, and I said, well, aren't they from the Midwest?
She doesn't have a dowry.
My buddy Steve's daughter got married, and he paid. It was last summer, and he paid, or last fall. He paid for every bit of that.
Oh my God!
And it was it was a financial strain on them for sure.
Ballpark, what would you say, 50,
I don't
60?
know. Yeah, probably at least.
I mean, it honestly, and Kathy's right though. The current state of weddings and putting on a wedding is just a financial crush.
It's crazy. And to go to, I mean, any venue,
they're struggling.
There are varying levels of weddings for sure. But
the back room at Denny's.
But I mean, you can go to like a smaller place now that you think you're going to save some money, and maybe you are, but it's still astronomical to pay for your guests to come, sit down, have dinner, and all the whatever comes along with the wedding.
Yeah, and I guess leading up to it, the children should be aware of like what they are expected to spend. Do you know what I mean? We knew going in that my wife's parents had a certain amount of money that they were going to give to us to help pay for. They didn't pay for the wedding.
No, neither. Same with us.
Yeah,
we got a gift.
Yeah, but before we
got a gift.
Yeah, before we even got engaged, she knew that she had a certain amount of money allotted towards her wedding, and her sister had the same exact amount.
They gave us 2 free memberships and Hooked on Phonics.
Yeah, but we never, ever expected, and there was never any sort of obligation for the groom's parents to buck up any money for the wedding. But the rehearsal dinner, I believe, Preston, if I recall correctly, my parents did pay for that.
Okay.
You know what's super annoying about wedding costs is that as soon as you attach the word bride or wedding to anything, it doubles the cost of it. So if it's a wedding photographer, guess what? You're now going to pay double. Wedding venue, wedding reception,
DJ,
anything.
yeah.
It's DJ, exactly. And it's in large part, it's a racket. And I say that lovingly, but there are ways that businesses make money just because it's a wedding that takes advantage of a lot of people.
Oh, Nick, you are 100% correct with that. And it's a different time now, but I lied. And I got some of my vendors for way cheaper because I never said the word wedding. And
Smart.
then
how did you frame?
So my limo was my transportation was one, and I remember calling to confirm the week ahead, and I was like, "This is the day, the time, the blah, blah, whatever." And I knew what I was going to do. I was going to throw it out and say, "Well, the bride will be at this location, the groom will be at this location," and that's what I did a week before. And on the other, he was like, "Well, I don't have that. It's a wedding." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, sorry, I booked it a year ago. I don't, sorry about that." And I got it because I called twice. I got the 2 separate prices. And then there was not caller ID. You weren't registered everywhere with your name and email and all that kind of stuff. And I lied.
That's pretty smart.
Said it was an event.
Somebody texted in this.
It's a funeral.
And I think that this is probably the case, that the tradition that the bride's family pays. It says, yes, it's old tradition based on the man would then be fiscally responsible for the woman once married.
Yes, yes.
But
it goes to that whole concept of a dowry or a hope chest or all of that stuff that used to be part of it. I'm going to get a goat and 9 chickens.
That's right. Pretty outdated concepts. And I mean, because a lot of times you have dual
You don't have room for
income.
livestock.
You know, and who's got room in their new home?
Yeah. Where am I going to put this cow?
In your starter home?
Right. All that stuff.
You don't have room for that in a starter home.
But it is you can get into the money pit with weddings. It's just,
You have to be responsible with it.
Yeah.
To know, like you said, what the parents can afford, what you can afford, and then have that wedding. Don't try to have something you can't afford.
I was 76 when I got married. No, I was older when I got married, but the truth of the matter is that we didn't want to just burn up cash because in my life, as we've said this many times before, I think we've all been to very extravagant weddings and you're to just regular weddings. And because it's extravagant doesn't mean you're going to have a better time at it, A, and B, they all sort of end up being the same event. And, I went to one that was over the top outlandish, and guess what? It was a wedding. It was a standard. That's all it was.
Yeah. Let me go to Jerry. Hi, Jerry. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up, my man?
Well, my daughter is coming up on her first year anniversary. I had to roll over a 401k to pay for her
Whoa.
on the beach wedding in Ocean City, New Jersey.
May I ask, Jerry, give us a ballpark of what it ran you?
Everything, liquor. We paid for all the liquor for all the functions. It's like $25K.
Yeah, 25 grand.
And did the groom's family chip in, or your daughter and her husband?
They did, but the thing was, my daughter was like, if you guys don't mind, I really don't want my mother-in-law having anything to say about the wedding.
Yeah.
So we're like, okay, that's fine with us. I mean, we could swing it. We were at 4 other weddings last year. Friends of ours, all their kids were getting married. And can I say, without breaking my arm on my back, it was the best wedding of the year.
Yeah, well, there you go. As long as you end up getting the bang for your buck. But again, having to roll over your 401k.
That's pretty harsh.
Well, yeah, but
It was your daughter.
It's your daughter. And that's all right.
Are you sure it's your daughter?
I don't like the idea of the groom's parents being looped into this as well now. This is
Well, see, Jerry made a good point though. When it goes into like other things, the decisions, because once you put money in, now you have a say. Now you have a say in who's invited and what's done and all that kind of stuff.
So is there a point to be made for having it old school, Kathy, where you...
Well, yeah, that's sort of what Jerry said. They didn't want
Thanks, Jerry.
the other side making decisions, so they forked out the money.
And that's one of the things, my buddy, they were paying for it, yet the other side started to float their ideas of how they wanted. But they wanted to keep the peace.
Yeah.
They wanted to keep the peace, so they didn't ruffle too many feathers, and they acquiesced to a lot of the requests.
Can you say, hey, listen, if you want an opinion, you're going to have to pay for it.
You're going to have to buy your way into it.
You're going to have to pay for it.
You're going to ruffle a few feathers while saying that, but yes, you could,
if you want to say in the wedding cake, I can offer you the platinum package.
Yeah.
You've got different pricing structures.
Let me go to Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Nick.
Good morning to see you, Bobby. What's up?
So my husband and I got married a couple years ago, and we had no money, and neither does our family. So we were just telling everybody we were planning a family reunion to get cheaper prices.
So for the vendors,
all the vendors you told you were planning a family reunion. See, that's brilliant. I would never have thought of that.
Everything.
And did you have any idea on if you were to take, again, I'm asking for a lot of ballpark figures today, but percentage-wise, how much do you think you saved by doing that?
I can't even guess, because I didn't even want to look at anything that said wedding attached, because I was doing research prior, and I just saw how crazy things were. And I was thinking, what's the difference between a wedding venue and a venue for a baby shower or anything else? So,
yeah. And by the way, Bobby, did you catch any flack once the people that helped you out realized that you were having a wedding ceremony?
Nobody knew.
All right. Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful. Good for you. You win, Bobby. Nice work.
I was just at a thing
Thank
where
you.
chick married her own family member.
Listen, there's some perks that come with, a maitre d' and things like that. You get almost like a personal assistant that'll run and do stuff for you. So if you're saying,
like Martin Short,
oh, it's a family reunion, you're not getting that, but you could probably make it work without it. You'll be okay.
I'm going to go to Doug. He's got an interesting scenario. Hi, Doug. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great, Doug. How much did your wedding cost?
Mine cost absolutely nothing.
Oh, why is that?
Because I had it hosted by Preston and Steve at the camp out in Huntington.
Yeah, we saved a lot of money that day.
Are you still married, Doug?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
That
How much
was
did you have to pay to have Gritty come out?
Yeah, Greedy was great. The Fanatic was great. And I even danced with the Neumann Knight.
The night.
Oh, the Neumann Knight.
Neumann Knight.
Newman Night. Oh, my God.
A tradition at any wedding.
Yeah,
to
that's
dance with the
excellent.
Newman Knight.
We need to do that again.
It was great.
That was so much
Well, we were
fun.
talking about doing the large divorce ceremony for those who.
Yeah.
But statistically, we've talked to a few people. It seems like for the most part, it worked out.
I like it. Good for you, Doug. Thanks for calling, man.
Thank you. You guys rock.
All right, thanks. We'll see you later. You know, it's one of life's major events. It's just unfortunate that it does have to be so expensive.
Did you guys chip in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we paid for most of ours.
Yeah, Rochelle,
as did we.
Rochelle did. She did her due diligence.
Yeah.
She worked hard at keeping costs way down low. And we had a very efficient wedding, which turned out to be.
She said it was a Scientology gathering, didn't she?
Yes, it was. It was a recruitment.
It was an auditing.
But no, it ended up being great. It was a lot of fun, but it was we kept the costs way down, and it was all her. I had nothing to do with that at all. But yeah, it just seems like I mean, I understand the need for a big party and everything, but sometimes it just seems like it's just too much to take on.
It is
when you're trying to kick off your life. The next chapter of your life, and where money is going to count. Now, there's some people that are more well off than others, and they can afford these types of things, and that's your pleasure if you want to do that. But if you really are, just getting started, it's too bad that all this is put on you to have this big event.
But there's nothing wrong with not having
Agree.
that. We had a destination wedding, like 20 people, 21, and it just came down, close family, to Puerto Rico, and then we came back and we threw a party. And it was like a buffet style.
Yeah.
People loved it. And it was, because honestly, the goal, I think, for any of these things should be you want the marriage to work over the wedding day. You know?
Yep.
That's the long term, the long game.
Yeah, but what the couple walks away with is reflective on the party they throw.
Right.
The type of party you throw is
home beer maker.
Well, no, I mean, you're looking at what's going inside the card to that couple when you walk through the door.
True, yeah.
Marissa says this is funny audio when a fiance realizes how much a wedding will cost.
Okay.
So it's a little over a minute, but let's see what this is like.
Ready for the wedding cost breakdown?
No.
Let's start with flowers.
That's the cheapest thing, I assume. $300?
15,000.
15? I will literally go outside and pick flowers right now.
Okay, how do you think the venue is?
Well, now I don't freaking know. 30.
20.
Oh,
20. What do you think the food is per person?
$50 a person?
$250.
Jeez. What? 250 times 250.
It's 62,500.
No! 62?
Okay, and then we have the DJ.
That's not included? Okay, that's 1,000.
5,000.
Are we having Diplo?
This is way too
No!
And then we have the cake.
I'm not even gonna eat the cake. I'm gluten free. The cake can't be more than 1,000.
3,000.
Oh, times 3.
These numbers are ridiculous.
They're ridiculous.
That's what it costs now.
No,
What?
This is a higher end wedding.
Yeah, nice. This will be a nice wedding.
Yeah, $3,000 for a cake?
No.
That's not
15 for flowers?
like multiple layers, all the decorations
Kathy,
and whatever.
15,000 for flowers?
It's not unheard of.
My cousin paid, and this was 15, 20 years ago. She paid $25,000 for her flowers.
Yeah.
Now she had
$25,000.
She had a space. It was a barn, so a lot of it was decorated in flowers. She had these huge, enormous pieces. So they were beautiful. They were the focal point. Everyone remembers the flowers from her wedding, but she forked out
Not
25
everybody.
grand.
Still
for it.
married?
She is still married.
All right,
Yes.
there you
That's what a colossal waste.
It is
of
a
money.
colossal waste, and you can do something that's going to be that. I've been to those barn weddings where what is just there to begin with is lovely. You don't need to. It's like bringing sand to the beach. It's
But
kind of
you're-
rustic to begin with.
And I understand what you're saying. It's like, who would pay that money? But listen, it's what these people,
Get a hooker.
No, but it's what these people want. Like people think about this, their entire lives.
I know,
right now
I
it's
know.
their day, and they want to plan. This is
You're
the
right.
biggest party they'll plan of their life.
You're right.
For most people.
Buy a condo at the shore for that money and watch your investment grow over the next few years.
What happened to those flowers that you spent 15 grand on?
They died.
They died like your love.
The cake costs always blow my mind. It's flour and sugar, and and a bunch of really nice icing on top. And Kathy, you're right, like several layers or whatever. But the prices that they were rattling off in that video, they're accurate.
They're normal prices.
Here's your wedding cake.
Yeah.
Nothing but cakes.
Yeah.
There you go.
How much are you getting back? So you talk about this. This is an investment, right? So
Right. What's your return?
You invest, let's say, $50,000 into this wedding. How much are you getting back?
So typically you're supposed to, if you're a guest, you're supposed to cover your plate. So not that you get the exact price that it is, but based on where you're going. That's why you're supposed to know where you're going and the type of wedding that you're attending.
So the gift you give should cover your plate.
Correct.
Interesting. I didn't know that. By the way, we still haven't found out if it's more common now for. We got started on this conversation because generally the bride, traditionally the bride's parents pay for, the bride's family pays for the wedding. But Kathy was saying that's kind of an outdated concept, and I haven't really gotten too much feedback.
Well, I think a lot of that is predicated on the fact that in those cases you're dealing with a younger couple getting married, like maybe 20s, early 20s,
right?
Like in college
And
age,
have no money.
whereas opposed to a lot of the people getting married now are
Slightly older, and some of them like probably established already and paying completely for their own wedding.
I'm going to go to Lori. He's been on hold for a little while. Lori, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Lori?
Okay, so same thing. Like my husband's family was under the impression that my family was going to pay for the wedding. They didn't offer to do anything. They didn't help with anything. So we did it all ourselves because my family didn't really have it to give. So we were like hacking up hydrangeas in the park. I took 3 days. I made my own cake.
Wow.
We made like our own appetizers. A friend was a DJ. I had another friend take pictures, and we got married at our local fishing club.
How much? What was the total cost of the wedding?
Under $10,000.
Under
So
10
you
grand.
can't do that. And was it nice?
It was really nice. Like, and everybody like still talks about just like how we set the whole thing up. Like, we got an old dinghy that was my grandfather's. We filled it with ice, and that's what we didn't have bartender, so that's what we put all the beer in. So we just loaded this like giant like raft up with beer and ice, and like they actually asked if we would leave it there afterwards because people liked it so much.
Listen,
You know,
and
it'll cost you
again,
$10,000.
and in case they had a good time, they had a really good time.
Lori, the were you expecting the other family to help pitch in?
I actually was.
Okay, and because
And then when I found out that they weren't,
because
it
it's
was
an
actually,
outdated concept that the bride's family pays for it all.
Well, they're a little more traditional and old-fashioned. So, they were like, okay, well, we pay for the rehearsal dinner. And then we actually had an issue because at the rehearsal dinner, I thanked them for everything that they did with the rehearsal dinner. And then since I had so many of my friends helping me out, I thanked all of my friends.
Oh, and they didn't like that.
They were a little upset at just how much I thanked my side and not their side.
Come on, man.
I was getting a lot of nasty text messages the night before,
Okay.
You were getting nasty text messages the night before your wedding?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
From their family because they thought I was being really disrespectful to his father.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
So
Wait until after the wedding.
Are you still happily married?
We are, yes.
All right. Now, you probably don't get together a lot for family events, though, right?
How long ago was this, by the way?
You do?
Funny.
Yeah. The thing is, think about this. Think what you're setting in motion. And to go to your earlier point, Preston, about tensions running high. It's such a big weight. You're doing all this planning, and you can actually set in motion things that'll basically be fights that will carry on for years to come.
Yes.
Bad feelings that will carry on for years to come.
Ever since our wedding. Yeah, you just throw that out.
Those flowers were from the park.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate it. Let's see. I have, is it Wim? W-I-M. Hi, Wim. Good morning.
Robert.
That one's coming back around. What's up, Wim?
So my wife and I were together for 18 years before we got married. Came to Philly 6 years ago, and we were like, the way we made it work for us with not having a lot of money is the invite list was only people that supported us in our relationship for 18 years. So it's literally cut out a lot of the outside people, like aunts and uncles that are across the country, et cetera.
Right.
And we actually set it up at one of the boathouses on Boathouse Row.
That's awesome.
Super inexpensive. It was like $1,500 for the whole day.
And by the way, I will tell you this. Here's the big secret as you're planning your wedding and you're trying to figure out who to invite and who not to invite. No one really wants to go.
Yeah. They want to be invited.
They want to be invited, but
I think.
Yeah.
But don't really want to actually.
I'm actually okay even with not getting an invite.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Wim. Appreciate it. So there's some ways to cut costs. I want to go over to this other call because Chelsea is a wedding planner.
Yay.
And can help us out. Hi, Chelsea. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm a Philadelphia-based wedding planner, and I thought I'd just kind of shed some insight on the average price of a wedding in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
So what is it?
Yeah, so it's between $60,000 and $80,000 is going to be your average wedding in Philadelphia based off of 150 people.
60 and 80,000 between a guest list of 150 people.
Yeah, and then you do have this, Philadelphia has this like hidden upper echelon of luxury weddings that I've seen go over $1 million, and it happens quite frequently in Philadelphia.
Well, we have a lot of millionaires in the area, A. B, so to the point of you're making this investment, Casey had asked the question, so you say, let's say you spend $80,000, what on average can you expect to get in return to, because that's the understanding, right? We're going to put this party on, but then you're going to give us these gifts that'll help us on our way in our new marriage. What on average should you expect the return to be on an $80,000 investment?
So most guests are giving $500 per person in their card.
Okay.
When they, so you're
No.
you're not getting a whole ton back, but then you also have some special family members that are, giving $10,000, $20,000.
Chelsea,
yes.
I had said earlier that you have to at least cover your what it costs for your plate. Is that still the case?
That is still the case. Yep.
Then you need to let me know how much my plate was.
Yeah.
Put it on
Right.
By the way,
Right. You let me know that this
include
was
the cost of the plate as well as the food.
Yeah.
Right, everything.
Hey, Chelsea, if you get an invite and you don't attend, is it still tradition? Are you obligated to send a present no matter what?
No.
Yes, you should still send a gift.
No.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
No. No, I don't.
You typically just go on their registry and you send something from their registry. You don't have to send like a formal
I know.
card and check.
Then invite 500 people.
People do. People will send out invites.
Yeah, but then you have to be prepared to pay for that.
People send
No,
out
you invite people that you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick. You invite people that you know won't come.
That's right.
And then they'll be obligated to send you a gift. That's just stupid.
But people do it.
I've been invited to weddings and I've sent a gift. You go on the registry. I'm like, I sent you some lures. You're like
lures.
Take up fishing. No,
Chelsea. Oh, sorry.
No, but that's where the classic sweetheart glasses come in. Ooh,
the crystal stems.
Yeah, the crystal stem. Yeah.
Ooh, a drink.
Chelsea, who is typically paying for the weddings now?
So the clients that I work with, it is a split between the couple and the parents of the bride.
So that's still the norm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the parents of the bride.
Yeah, the parents of the
Split
bride
between-
and or the
she said
couple.
the couple.
Yeah.
But not the parents of the
groom.
The groom.
The groom's family really handles the rehearsal dinner
Yeah.
only.
Okay, so
Still seeing that tradition.
do you Chelsea see do you see the occasional groom's family taking care of everything?
Very, very rarely.
Okay.
All right. What happens in a gay wedding?
It's a good question.
Typically, the couples handle it themselves, and parents chip in from both sides.
RuPaul usually covers the cost.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
It's just ridiculous.
So you obviously, this is your business. I'm sure you put on fantastic events and help everything move along wonderfully, and I'm sure your services are exemplary. But do you step back and do you even marvel at the cost of weddings these days?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that it's been crazy since COVID. That's when a lot of these prices changed because of market supplies and the scarcity in the market, specifically in flowers. There's a ton of wildfires during COVID, which hiked up all the flower prices because all of the flowers for the wedding farms actually burned down. So they had to restart. And that's why you're seeing this huge spike in flower costs.
So 15 grand for flowers is not uncommon.
Chelsea, let me ask you a question.
You're not even getting a lot for $15,000, which is a sin.
Yeah, as a wedding planner, are you trying to let's say the couple is all in $80,000 for the wedding? Is it your goal to try and keep their cost at a point where they will at least break even with the gifts that are given? Do you know what I mean? So, because if I'm spending $80,000 on a wedding, and I'm banking on making that back, I'm banking on $400 per guest.
You were saying no, that they shouldn't expect to cover their costs, right?
Yeah, no, it's really become a way to who can throw the best party, and we don't even factor that into the budget when we're planning.
All right. Well, let me ask you a couple questions that I'm sure are the standards. So, for a while it shifted, and Friday weddings became a thing. Is there any day of the week now, any time of the year where you can think about going to save some money as far as placing the date?
Yeah, absolutely. So July, the month of July, has been trending downwards for weddings in this area. And then also like November, December, January, and February, you're going to get great deals for, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights during those months.
Okay. And of those three, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which routinely is the more economical?
Sunday, always.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey, Chelsea, so if a wedding costs on average $60,000, let's just pull that number out of nowhere. How much would you say that you make from a wedding that costs that much?
So as an event planner in Philadelphia, my prices start at $10,000 to plan the wedding.
Okay.
And then depending on what the couple wants, if they need me to plan the rehearsal along with the shower, I can plan the bachelorette. All of that, my costs do go up.
Yeah, well,
from there.
Those are huge events unto themselves.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Interesting. Very informative, though.
Wow. All right.
Let's
Thank
get
you.
married.
Chelsea, we appreciate it. All right,
yeah,
we'll see.
absolutely. Have a great day.
Steve, did you just propose to me?
I did, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Because I want to see what $15,000 worth of flowers looks like.
Flowers. $15,000 worth of flowers.
And she said you're not going to get a lot
She
of
said
that.
it's not even a lot.
You're not going to get a lot.
And what's funny is, so I got married a long time ago, so I don't remember this stuff. But like, apparently, the flowers and our cake was all included in our
the price.
In the package?
In the package that we got from our
Did you
hotel.
have a caterer take care of everything?
No, it was done in-house.
I got you, okay.
In your house.
No. But, there are wedding venues where you can bring in your own caterers.
Right.
Like Finley was big. And,
Frog Commissary is the one that did ours, and they took care of everything.
What's the other one? Ciroc. That's a big Delco caterer.
Yeah, Finley was Ballroom at the Bend, and Chess Cafe just took them over.
The Pacific Ocean catered your wedding, Kathy.
That's right. It did.
We have, years ago when we started working with our financial planner, we put into our plans weddings.
Yes.
And so
you have to.
We have, that's budgeted.
Yeah.
We're going to have to change those numbers after talking to our last caller there. But
Well, no, I mean, that I don't want to say that that's high end, but
that could be your contribution.
That could be your contribution for Caroline.
You know what?
Yeah, I don't know.
They could, if they become Moonies, they can have one of those group weddings at the Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Reverend Sun Young Moon, remember that?
Or we could just put one on the radio like we did.
There you go.
We could do that as well.
Pick them up. I'll write the sermon.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to instill this into your children now. You know what I mean? Like that this stuff is not
Be
important.
antisocial.
Like, no. But just like, like wise investments. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want to, it's like paying for college too. Like, all right, do you really need a $100,000 education if you're going to teach high school? All right, no. Like, you go somewhere where it's going, what?
You're going to get a lot of emails.
About what? I'm not gonna go to Harvard if I'm gonna teach high school math. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I would rather go to a more affordable school,
right,
where I'm not digging myself into this hole. It's the same thing with the wedding.
Harvard.
Like don't spend $100,000 on a wedding if your return in I was gonna say prizes, but in gifts is gonna be 20. Like that is a dumb investment, and it's not worth it.
Instead of Penn, you go to Poon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
instead of Yale, y'all.
Yeah.
No, you go to Yale, but it's just spelled Yail.
Like if you wait this long, just go to Vegas.
Yeah. Or you do that.
Well, and what I wanted to jump in and say was I get 2 comments about my wedding. It was a year ago in Vegas, and people say the pictures are amazing, and 2, I wish I had just done that.
Okay.
When they look at, I mean, they say they had so much fun. They enjoyed it. They always like chew back whatever they said, but they're like, when I look back at it, I just wish that I hadn't spent the money and that I just did it for us.
My brother said the same thing. He and his wife eloped in Vegas, and he texted me. He goes, "We have 0 regrets."
Same
By the way,
same with me. It was a very small, organic sort of wedding, and I'm thrilled we did it that way.
Yeah.
there will be a party at some point.
But
So be ready.
But
and if
the
you don't
wedding,
come, I want to check.
But the wedding for some people has been put on a pedestal.
So much so.
And specifically a lot of times for brides.
Yes.
And this is your day and you are the princess and this is, you wear the white gown and everything is big and it's all
You're
about
a queen.
you. And God, have you ever watched my gypsy wedding TV show thing? Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. But there are some people that are brought up on that culture. So it happens. But interesting. It was a conversation that came up. A friend of ours is recently into a quote kind of a blended family. He's got some stepkids, and one of them is getting married and is the groom. And we were like, well, you don't have to pay that. And then Kathy's like, no, actually, things are a little bit different now. Everybody kind of chips in. So it's a whole ballgame.
Save me a piece of $20,000 cake.
Yeah. And we are diving deep into wedding season. It's happening right now.
June, right?
Yeah. So Rochelle and I are of an age now where our friends' kids are having weddings, and it's like, oh yeah, we got to start doing that again. So we got like 4 of them this year. I remember when I was getting married age myself, and we went to a ton of weddings, and then it phased out for a while. And now we're back into it. So that's where
the
it
phase
is.
out was so good.
It was nice, wasn't it? All right. Well, we want to take a break. You know what we are doing since we're so busy tomorrow at Keenan's and live broadcast? We're going to do the Connoisseur today.
Yeah.
So when we return, we'll dive into that with the movie clips and the prizes and these things and the food and the food. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Go. The big man is underwater. Wow, look at all his tattoos. He is moving fast with logicious speed.
What kind of speed?
Logicious.
Logicious speed.
He's on his third lane.
Swimmers know what logicious means.
I was watching the Olympics the other day, and there was a bike race on this English.
Four.
Is each one one?
Yep.
All
right, so
5.
He's now tied. Preston.
It's a tie, ladies and gentlemen.
2.
Wow. Let's get a word with the new champ, who's also a tie. How do you feel, Kate?
I'm really tired. That was so hard. I had to. I wanted to quit at 4, but I couldn't.
Winners never quit and quitters never win.
I was like,
There's no I in T.
I almost passed out, but I made it.
You sure the hell did.
Oh, my God. This is a victory. This is a victory not only for Casey.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to this stupid question. What type of animal was Dolly, the first mammal cloned from an adult somatic cell in 1996 when that happened? 215-263 WMMR, and it looks like Mike here was our first caller in, so I'm going to go to him. Good morning, Mike.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my man. So what type of mammal was it?
A sheep.
A sheep, yes. Dolly the sheep. That's the audio of the cloning process.
It didn't work as well as they had hoped. There were complications.
All right.
Well, good morning.
Run!
Listen, let's give something away here. We have this screening of Mechanic Resurrection. It's a Jason Statham.
Jason Statham.
Jason Statham in the Mechanic.
Jason Statham.
Resurrection. You remember when he died In the first one, Preston, he comes back as the leader of a religion now. The stone, and I swear to God, Jatham Statham is back from the dead. I saw the boulder was moved.
I hate you, Casey. He's just looking at me laughing.
That's such a great name.
Jatham Statham. My favorite is Kathy, though.
And everyone does it.
Everybody does it.
Everybody.
It goes between Kathy and Casey.
The hybrid.
Kathy. All right, so I have tickets to see The Mechanic Resurrection starring Jason Statham. Steve sent me this story. President Lyndon Baines Johnson would apparently, according to this story, relieve the stress of his job by sleeping with prostitutes.
But see if you can't believe me about it. An inch
It's
from
him
the
talking to a
front of
hooker.
the ends round under my back to my bunghole.
What I need you to do is to do a little thing with your index finger and tickling in the general area of my taint and the back of my bunghole. Hope they're not recording this.
Just very matter of fact.
Yeah, he's actually they were world leaders in the Oval Office at the time he made that call. Excuse me, folks, just got to take this call from my hooker.
But one of his prostitutes includes one favorite whom he would introduce as a family friend. Penny, who had a clean-cut look, according to Blank, she would be spirited away to a series of ranches between Austin and LaGrange. There, she would be introduced as a friend of Johnson's family until the pair could find somewhere more secluded.
Oh, man.
She visited
The crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
He's very specific with his hookers.
Where your nuts hang.
You know where your nuts hang.
Yeah, that's in the crotch area.
You know, in that exact area where the poop comes out. You know what I'm talking about. The sweat kind of congeals around just behind your testes. Jesus. That's the president.
Were you nuts?
And you really can't tell. You should jam your hand down there and take a good snip on your fingers. What's working down there? What do I got? Is this hooker friendly yet, or do I got to run the old pee-pee down under the water a little bit? Clean it up.
Dude, you smell your fingers.
Yeah, you know, so the hooker don't wince when you're on top of her doing a little rodeo, you know? You know what I'm saying. Let me do a quick check. All right, we're good. Call up the Chicken Ranch. Extra crispy.
Hang on a second here.
Just damn that. What, does that smell like? What that kind of smells like okra.
Let me go to Dawn here. Hey, Dawn, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dawn?
I helped my niece. I grew up on a dairy farm.
Okay.
And you work no matter what.
Yeah.
And this past weekend, I was helping her milk, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were soaked in sweat.
I'm sure.
Milking cows.
You never want to rip one of those teats off?
No, you just want to walk. Maybe find a hay bale, toss a hay bale or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I do. Yeah. I go out in 98-degree weather and throw hay bales around.
No.
That'll work off all that anger.
Boots.
I just beat 10 chickens to death.
Hey, Dawn. All right, I want to.
Go ahead.
What kind of milk? Not what kind of milk. But
what kind of milk do you like?
where can I get your milk?
I'm a 2%er myself.
I used to be a 2%er. Now I'm a skim guy. But where can I get your milk?
What kind of milk? Wait. I can't say that.
Dawn.
Say manure.
You're going so well.
Manure.
Manure.
Jeez.
What stores can I buy your milk at?
What stores can he find your milk at?
I feel horrible for my boy here.
Oh, my God.
Casey's in real pain, man. I told you his neck has been bothering him, and he's at the point where he can't turn his head. It's his whole torso. And if you look up, it's almost that.
Yeah.
You know?
He's doing Thriller.
Yeah, you're doing that Thriller move where Michael goes up and turns to the side with his hands up.
He can't laugh. He can't laugh.
Oh my God, that hurts so bad.
Now's the time for getting down.
Well, I think
feel
we're
bad
back
for
to the
you.
point where now we have to tell. He has to go to the doctor. This is not like a stiff neck. It's been a while.
I'm not like the other guys.
It's clearly meningitis. So, I don't know.
That heart attack thing.
You okay?
Yes.
All right. This is what it looks like. Hey, Casey.
Yes.
Master. I wanted to set up the stop set.
You poor bastard.
Oh, he's laughing and in pain at the same time. I feel so.
I must let you know we have a sleep number spot coming up. Make sure you sound enthusiastic.
Unfortunately, you're in the most sympathetic room in Philadelphia.
But listen quickly. There's a few people that are texting in. They know exactly how much. A guy says 8 beers, and I'm effing like a goddamn champion.
Yeah, but 10.
That's a lot.
But you
Kathy's right. 8 beers is a lot.
I guess it would depend over what amount of time. But maybe you know that exact amount.
You're in the pocket.
That will give you duration.
Yeah.
Yet not completely cancel the party.
Without urination.
Duration without urination. Stand for it now.
There we go.
But there may be a magic amount or a magic elixir.
What do you think your magic number is?
Drink.
I bet you. I peg you as a 4.
That's
beer.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
4 was the number that came to mind, but I've never actually done the specific math.
Well, when we had the camp out, it took you about 4 before we were getting it on.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
I had to lower my inhibitions a little bit.
Do different types of alcohol.
Fear of rejection.
That's what actually kept the camp out going. It's like a
all these
Brokeback.
years. Yeah.
Do you think those guys really gave a damn about sheep herding?
I couldn't quit that.
If you're drinking bourbon versus beer, does that change your approach?
No, I think
right, straight up booze.
I find that my alcohol buzzes aren't really different from others. It's just how much.
Okay.
You know. I don't know.
I can't drink 4 beers anymore. That guy that texted in 8 beers, forget it. I'll be throwing up in the corner.
Over a couple hours, you can drink 4 beers?
Oh, I love beer. I just can't drink 8 of them.
What? How many bottles of wine?
Like 2 bottles of wine.
I'm like, I average about a beer every half hour. That's what I try to do if I'm going out, you know.
I mean, how big of a bottle?
Nick has instead of the hat, the captain, he has a beret with 2 bottle holders in it. When
2 bottles of wine.
The hose that comes down to his mouth.
I cracked open a 1.5 liter bottle last night, and that's
finished
empty.
it.
Yeah.
You finished it?
I wasn't by myself.
Were you like Johnny Depp? And
Where's that pour?
I gotta do the show tomorrow.
No, so the carbonation in the beer really starts to fill you up.
Yeah, it's the carbonation. You get filled.
Oh, okay.
And then when you get filled, I think it makes sex less appealing. You're all
I would agree
because
you're burping and farting.
Kinda. Yeah.
Do you remember that the video of Hulk Hogan? He kept going on about he had just eaten. He felt like a pig. He was full, and he was having
so fat, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have sex now. You look good, baby. I don't feel good. I feel bloated.
Let me see here.
And in the background is Bubba the Love Sponge. Go do it.
Yeah. Yeah, some people are taking, like somebody said, 3 beers and 2 shots of Jameson. Perfect.
Special, no pun intended, concoction that gets it done.
Yeah. I never really thought about it that way, but I guess it's out there. But they're saying, yes, instead of alcohol, although it may get you to the party.
Have you ever used like a horny goat weed? We talked about Viagra. We've all
herbal remedies and things like. Nah, I don't believe in those at all. I don't even believe in quote unquote aphrodisiacs.
Yeah,
you know, oysters and.
What about amnesiacs?
Guys don't need aphrodisiacs. We just need a hand or a mouth, and we're good.
Yeah,
right.
And then if it's a girl,
right?
Right. What happened to the other parts?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, just to get us started.
You know, anything.
Yeah.
No, I'm at a certain point though. You know, the warranty comes due, and you may need some assistance.
Hand or a mouth and produce, whatever.
The hand is stupid. Use the produce.
Yeah.
I saw a root from a tree that looked like a vagina the other day.
Perfect. Did you bang it?
No.
It was
It's
still
playing
on the
golf.
tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
Fellas,
turn them on.
give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go bang this tree.
Radio personality arrested banging a tree.
Why did you do that to me?
It's like Lord of the Rings.
Life.
2 Towers.
Oh my God.
This guy just tried to have me sexually. He banged the knot behind me. Scared the owl that was living in it.
That is the first time we've ever had a talking tree.
Seriously.
On the
Is
show.
that what they sounded like on
in
the
Lord of the Rings? Yeah. They had the
deep voices, yeah.
Huge, big voice. And what you doing back there, buddy?
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. A little later on, we're talking to Jacoby Shaddix and Chris Daughtry. There's an event that's happening. It is the 35th Annual Lifesavers Gala at Lincoln Center in New York, and it's the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And Jacoby is receiving an award, and Chris Daughtry is presenting it to him.
Yeah, it's a big honor. I was reading some of the story behind it. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing.
We'll be talking to both those guys a little bit after 10 o'clock. But since tomorrow is the Keenan's live broadcast, and today being a Thursday, but tomorrow's Friday is completely filled out, Connoisseur.
Oh, yeah, it's time for the Connoisseur, a special early edition because of the whole Keenan's thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So we're going to dive into the world of culinary experiences, and we're also going to give away some stuff. We have some Dunkin' gift cards that we will do with the clip. So the first story that I have for you is the fact that some national attention is being gained for the culinary delights in Conshohocken.
Conshohocken.
Yes.
Conshohocken. 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 Conshohocken.
So.
Conshohocken. 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 Conshohocken.
Emily.
It's beautiful.
Emily Capiello wrote for Condé Nast Traveler. And now you say it, Condé Nast?
Condé
Yes.
Nast,
She gave Conshohocken a nod as one of the 7 small towns across the country that are secret food destinations.
So they won a noddy.
They won a noddy.
I liked how she said a secret food destination because it really is. I mean, some of the restaurants there are really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Agree.
Again, and you'll probably say that I'm just don't know where to park, but I would probably go there more
Just don't know where to park.
if there was. To me,
I know,
it's,
you always
it's
say
prohibitive.
that. Except there's like
Preston,
never,
am I right?
there's never a problem parking in Conshohocken.
Parking can be an issue,
I
right?
guess the parking. I get the parking structure right there.
Okay, maybe I don't know about the parking.
joke.
Yeah. That one parking structure.
That parking garage
Suck
is
it.
a joke, man. You get up onto the top level.
You can't get off.
And it's full. There's nowhere to turn around.
Yeah, there's 2 separate entrances. You either go to the top or there's like a whole separate entrance for the actual parking garage.
Yeah.
Like the top is different.
Yeah.
But you know what? In this article, which I'm sure you'll give the information, one of the reasons I think Conshohocken is high up on the list, as kind of like a little foodie town, is not even listed in the places that she mentioned.
What would it be?
It's the Pieri Group. They have a bunch of different restaurants in Conshohocken, and I think he took the level of restaurant took it to a different level, and he's not even mentioned.
I'll bet you. Yeah, there's a restaurant that some friends of mine have taken us to twice, and it was fantastic. And it's not mentioned here, and I've forgotten the name of it.
I don't know.
It has to do with the fish. It's the
Blackfin.
Blackfin.
Yeah.
Is that one of their restaurants?
That's not one of the restaurants,
Okay.
but yes, people love that place.
Great
that was one of the
restaurant.
first, I thought, fine dining ones that went in on Fayette. Do you know what I mean?
That was a level up.
Yeah, it was
that
a
was
level
definitely a level up.
Yeah,
That's a really good restaurant.
Kathy, the place that you talked about that has the best bread.
So that's the Pieri Group. That's Bar
okay.
Luca. He
Bar
owns
Luca.
Stone Rose and Bar Sarah as
All right.
well.
What's that really good Mexican place? It's not on Fayette. It's a little-
Coyote Crossing.
Coyote Crossing.
Yeah,
Yum.
Good margaritas.
Good margaritas.
Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's still there.
So they mentioned in the article the restaurant Brunch. I've been there. Carter
what do
knew
they
a
serve?
kid that was part of the family that owned that.
That's right on Fayette.
Steve, they serve dinner only. No, it's brunch.
I was like, wait, what is he saying?
They serve brunch every day, and it's fantastic.
I like that
they have
concept.
like a little outside area you can sit to.
For alfresco dining?
Yeah.
It says, try the brunch pie with butternut squash, spinach, and eggs in a flaky pastry crust.
Kathy, what's the name of that place that is new and big and up high and fancy?
New and big and up high. So there's Hook and Ladder is the restaurant, the Sky Bar is the bar, and then Weston Main is the hotel, which also has a bar that has the old firehouse doors that open up, and
That's
you can
it.
kind of
Yep.
sit outside in the courtyard.
Listen, great restaurants can create a community around it.
Yeah.
That's
and they have.
That's what happened with Skipback, the area of Harleysville that I live in.
Yes.
Once this restaurateur came in and started plopping in some good restaurants, next thing you know, neighborhoods were popping up around there.
And it definitely holds sway over that.
Yeah.
And what's great in Conshohocken is all these restaurant owners, like they're a little group, and everybody supports each other and, goes to each other's restaurants.
Flanagan's Boathouse is on here. It's known for the farmhouse burger and Angus beef patty topped with barbecued pulled pork and sunny side egg up.
We had a mixer there.
Up egg, yep. Southern Cross Kitchen on First Avenue.
Yes.
Down home cooking, they said.
Yeah, so she also owns Gypsy. You guys have probably been there.
Gypsy, that's good.
That's Kim. She's a friend of mine, and she owns a few places in Conshohocken.
Well, they have like fried green tomatoes, and they do a mozzarella cheese twist on mac and cheese made with smoked Gouda.
They have Mimosa Towers.
Oh,
Mimosa Towers.
And then Kathy, Guppy's Good Times.
It's only because of that
Ladies
rap.
and gentlemen, Kathy Romano's sandwich is at Guppy's.
No.
Accepting falafel.
No, what Robin did with his restaurant is it is a dive corner bar. It always was. I think it was called Pat's or Patty's before Robin bought it and made it Guppy's. And what he did was kind of kept that authentic corner bar, but the food is excellent.
So it's on Maple Street, and they have it serves up savory dishes like Old Bay on sushi roll or chowder with queso fresco.
What's the place down by? It's closer to the Sheridan. Is it Sheridan?
Oh, the Marriott. Oh, the
Marriott.
McDonald's.
The blue emo. Or
it's Steve. That was so long ago. I forget that. So Kim, who owns Gypsy and Southern Cross, used to own that. It was. You're right. It was blue.
No.
It was blue something. It
Was it the old Cunningham's?
Nope.
Different place.
The hardware store?
It's the corner. And it's switched over a few times. The people that own Jasper's, who's actually not on this list, and they're great as well, they owned it for a little while. I'm not sure if they still own it. I think it's actually switching over again. I think it's the location because Gypsy is right up the street and she has been open for years. And for whatever reason,
it's not. I think you have to cross the bridge when people think of Conchi proper, right?
Yeah, but Gypsy, you have to cross the bridge too.
Son of a bitch.
So other small towns that made the list include Ketchum, Idaho, and Saugatuck, Michigan.
Ketchum is where Hemingway killed himself.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Wow. I wonder if there's a restaurant dedicated to his suicide.
Where he died.
How did he take his own life? I don't even know.
Shotgun to the face.
So
that's hard.
This is Condé Nast Traveler and
creative.
One of the 7 small towns across the country that are secret food destinations in Conshohocken.
How about that?
So cool.
One of those. Good, congratulations, Conshohocken. Yes. All right, let's play a clip from a movie that has to do with some type of food or drink and see if you can identify what it is from. What is this from?
Thunderlips is here. In the flesh, baby.
Oh my God.
The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, we're going to dive into snack food. And this is interesting. Pringles has just announced its first ever bagged snack in over 15 years.
You got a bag right here.
Because they're normally in a can.
True, yeah.
With the introduction of new Pringles Mingles. The new puffed snacks feature a crispy exterior with a light, airy interior and are in a distinctive bow tie shape that is inspired by Mr. P, Pringles' iconic mascot.
I'm intrigued.
That's his name, Mr. P?
I guess so, yeah. The new Pringles Mingles come in these 3 flavors. Pringles Mingles Cheddar and Sour Cream, which is a blend of cheddar cheese and sour cream. Pringles Mingles Sharp White Cheddar and Ranch, Sharp White Cheddar and Buttermilk and Herb Ranch flavors. And Pringles Mingles Dill Pickle and Ranch.
Well, that's for you.
Yum. Dill Pickle and Ranch flavor combination. The only hitch is that you may have to wait to get your hands on the new Pringles Mingles. They're scheduled to hit stores this fall, possibly in October. But you can stay updated on their release by following at Pringles on social media or visit Pringles.com.
So Pringles are so they're a crushed down potato meal that they form into those, chip-like things. Have they ever done an actual potato chip?
Loose potato chip in a bag? Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. I think Pringles are the best potato chips out there.
Okay.
They're also really, really tough to get at the very bottom. My fat hand doesn't fit all the way at the bottom.
They had a campaign that ran for a while of your hand getting your arm getting stuck.
They just had it.
Yeah.
The thing I like Pringles, but the reason that they're not in the bag is because they're brittle. And they don't have much integrity to them. They'll crunch and fall apart.
You have a prop over there.
Yeah.
Where do you get those?
Casey.
They're mine.
Oh,
yeah.
Casey brought those.
I don't think that I think they're a delightful snack, but I don't think they get what a potato chip gets done in a real meal.
You know what seems like a non-real potato chip, but I love are Munchos.
Mm-hmm. I love those.
It's been a while since I've had
They're
Munchos.
like airy potato chips. I love those.
Yeah,
do you
those
like
are, ooh, yum.
Do you like potato sticks?
Yes.
Yes.
But man, are they greasy.
Oh, they only have about a quart per potato stick.
You know what Munchos didn't really do is they didn't offer a whole lot of flavors. Or at least
that was the selling point.
The displays, it was just plain old Munchos.
Yeah.
It looks like that you have on your screen over there. Nick, do they have other flavors?
I think they got some
besides-
hot and spicy ones now, Case.
Okay.
But yeah,
Munchos.
they still market the regular old potato chips.
Okay, let me ask. Then I got a regular can of Pringles here.
Yeah.
The net weight is 5 ounces.
Okay.
All right. You assume that that's the net weight of what's inside.
Right.
What's the net weight? You're buying a regular bag of potato chips.
Don't
Are
know.
you getting the same amount?
Well, you know,
I feel like I'm not getting the same amount.
I think that would be true of just about all the foods these days.
Yeah,
You know,
right?
The packaging is going to dwarf what actually you're getting inside. You know, they talk about the amount of air in a bag of potato chips.
Right. You feel like you're getting less
Getting
with,
ripped off?
with Pringles, Case?
I feel like I am, but I also feel like you're paying less too. Pringles are usually what, like $3 a thing?
Regular size or medium size bag of chips is typically 7 to 10 ounces.
Okay.
It's difficult to come up with an average weight because it varies from brand to brand. For instance, a regular bag of Cape Cod chips weighs only 7 ounces, whereas a regular bag of Lay's chips is 10 ounces.
All right, so this is like 2 to 5 ounces less than a regular bag of chips.
But it's less expensive.
I
you're
think
saying?
it's less expensive. I think they're oh gosh, like $3 maybe.
Yeah, I would not know. All I know is that we always have. My wife, has to have the potato chips with her sandwich.
Yeah, Rochelle's that way too.
Yep.
All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
Thunderlips is here. In the flesh, baby.
Oh my God.
The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball.
All right, we will go to Joe, see if he knows. Hey, Joe, morning, bud.
Good morning.
Joe, what movie, please?
Rocky 3.
Yes. Rocky 3. Absolutely correct. Hang on a second. Here's what we have for you.
Thank you to our friends from Dunkin', Preston and Steve. We all run on Dunkin'. And Joe, you just won a $25 Dunkin' gift card.
Yay. By the way, he sounds, Hulk sounds unrehearsed. Or less animated.
Right, just like this, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds way different.
I say he's the ultimate meatball, as I'm an accomplished wrestler.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Here's another one.
Let's go in the steam room. Good idea, Frank. Real good. Real good. It's a good thing we didn't hide in the barbecue pit. Carlina would have had a sudden craving for ribs.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
I know that movie, and I do not remember that clip at all. Let's see if you know. Order up. So, for some ice cream purists, there's nothing better than chocolate chip flavored ice cream. For decades, it was a signature flavor in ice cream parlors and supermarket freezers, but now chocolate chip may be getting frozen out of the market.
Where do you stand on chocolate chip ice cream?
I love it.
I think it's great.
I don't order it that often, but
no, neither do I.
I love it. It was a favorite of mine as a kid. But author Matt Ritchell, writing for the New York Times, observed that the ice cream industry has been moving away from the flavor in recent years. Thanks to a buffet of flavors and options, chocolate chip is now being perceived as kind of passé, too boring to compete with the eclectic ingredients and bombastic names like Cookie Two-Step.
There's a lot of great ice cream places out there, too. You know.
Sales numbers back it up. Chocolate chip isn't in the top 10 of flavors as monitored by the International Dairy Foods Association. The top choice, as per their consumer survey, is vanilla. Owing to reduced sales, many ice cream manufacturers relegate chocolate chip to certain markets as a seasonal offering or simply don't sell it at all.
I wonder if they count chocolate chunk as a separate, or do they just consider that chocolate chip as well?
No, they consider it chocolate chip, but they say that there's Perry offers a chunky chocolate chip. But I think they put it in the same
All right.
umbrella category. So the even more decadent cookies and cream seems to have assumed chocolate chip's place in the hierarchy.
Because you're getting your chocolate chip, but you're getting the rest of the stuff as well.
From in cookies and cream?
Yeah.
Cookies and cream is usually like an Oreo cookie thing.
Then I'm having a different,
you might be
cookie
thinking
dough.
of cookie dough. Yes.
Yeah.
So from 2018 to 2022, when the sales of chocolate chip fell 22%, sales of cookie-based ice cream rose 72%.
Yeah, so my favorite go-to, it's the Acme signature brand, but it is basically cookies and cream meets mint chocolate chip.
Okay.
And it's called mint cookie crumble. You didn't care for it as much as I did.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
You love
lied to me.
I love that. And then they also have a salted caramel pretzel, which is but then they also have just a regular salted caramel, which is good. Yeah. But the one with the pretzel has got like a crunched up like pretzel swirl in it.
I love a little crunch in there.
Yeah.
So, Case, do you go because I prefer mint chocolate chip to regular chocolate chip. Are you in the same boat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And but if you try the mint cookie crumble,
I'm going to try it.
It might change your life. Preston, I'm very interested in something you said in the beginning of that story, which was what's a cookie two-step? What is that?
I don't know. They were just using it as a fun-sounding flavor, too.
I just wanted to do this for Dave Matthews fans.
Go ahead.
There you go. It's a little song called Two-Step.
There we go.
Do this for the Dave Matthews fans out
I
there.
enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
you call it Thursday.
All right, so there is one.
What?
A cookie two-step from Bluebell Ice Cream. You guys ever heard of that?
Yes, and that would be it. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Bluebell also has the chunky chocolate chip. What does it say is in it, Nick?
Hints of brown sugar combined with chocolate chunks, Steve, like you were saying before. Cream-filled cookies, tasty chocolate chip cookie dough pieces. So, yeah, a lot.
See,
Too
you guys
much?
know me. Once you start throwing cookies and things like that in ice cream, it gets to be a little bit too much. I'm more of a purist. I like things like pistachio or I do like chocolate chip or
you want the base
rum
flavor.
raisin and stuff
I
like
agree.
that.
I don't want a bunch of crap jammed in it. There are a couple, like fish food, I think is sensational. It's got some stuff jammed into it. But give me like, we talk about Zaz ice cream, which I love, and Hangry Bear, which is amazing. So you're talking. They come up with these things that are these kind of things, but there is but the base flavors that they have are sensational.
I don't think I've ever ordered anything that wasn't like vanilla, chocolate, like just I don't ever get
pretty straight ahead.
Yeah,
right?
like not even mint chocolate. I mean, I've had it, but like I wouldn't if I'm going to order something and choose it. I'm not picking anything other than vanilla.
These
or
ice cream flavors are essentially they're blizzards. That's all they are.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see that.
You know what you should try, Kathy? The ice cream brunch, which I did with Claire for her birthday.
Oh, that's right. I remember
that's
that.
At Zaz. Yeah, and you get to sample all this stuff. Because I agree, though. I do like, you can tell how the rest of the stuff is going to be about how the vanilla is, how the chocolate is, how the mint ice cream is. All of those, if they're not nailing that, then you don't want to get too adventurous.
Hey, Case, when that Hangry Bear, when they brought ice cream in, there was one that said, I think Bucksco versus Delco love Chesco.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, so I think they combine yours and our flavors. What I wanted was a banana ice cream with a peanut butter swirl. So they ended up having like a banana and chocolate ice cream with peanut butter swirl in there.
That's what that is.
So,
Because I have a pint in my freezer, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
because it didn't give the ingredients.
That sounds good.
By the way, somebody texted in and said mint chocolate chip could do me raw.
Oh, wow.
That's how they feel about it.
Is that Amanda Bynes?
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
Let's go in the steam room. Good idea, Frank. Real good. Real clever. It's a good thing we didn't hide in the barbecue pit. Carlina would have had a sudden craving for ribs.
All right, we'll go to George. Hi, George. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, buddy. Name that movie.
Armed and Dangerous.
You're right. Yeah.
Well done.
John Candy and Eugene Levy.
Yeah, and Meg Ryan.
Yeah, true.
Meg Ryan, a really cute Meg Ryan. And George, you just went, and thank you very much to our friend Matt Calper, who was able to secure us some prizes for today.
Man.
Yes.
And our friends from Dunkin', who we love wholeheartedly. George, you just won a $25 gift card to Dunkin'.
Woo. All right. Next movie clip. And are we queued up? Yep. All right, here we go. What movie is this food clip from?
There you go, folks.
Damn, boy, what the hell took so long?
Well, you get the 2 well-done steaks, so usually takes a little while to cook.
Yeah, well, could you give me some more ketchup?
Sure, no problem.
All That sets off the flavor of a steak like some ketchup.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me do it. Hold on. I like to hit the bell first.
Okay,
All right. There we go. Order up. All right, so here I've been sitting on this article for a while, and Kathy, this might, well, maybe it speaks to you.
Okay.
It says, are you playing personal chef to your picky child?
Yes.
No.
Sorry, I'm not Kathy.
Battles over trying to get your little one to eat healthy foods can be brutal, so sometimes it seems easier just to feed them something they'll actually eat. And according to a new poll, 3 in 5 parents cook special meals for their kids, even if they don't like what everyone else is eating. Do you make a separate meal for one of your kids?
That's funny. I don't make any meals, but no, I actually am very lucky. Jace is a very good eater. He loves vegetables. He loves fruit. He loves fish, chicken.
Oh, that's amazing.
So he's adventurous.
He will
Good.
try food. He eats really well. But I know so many people, like tons of my friends, who are making different meals. I'm like, you're cooking 3 different things. Like, sit them down. If they're freaking hungry, they're going to eat.
It's been that way with Parker, our oldest, picky eater. And even though he's a full-blown adult, if we're going out to eat, we have to make sure that there is something on the menu that he will actually eat. It's very limited. It's very, very limited. And many times our plans have changed because, oh, Parker's going with us tonight. We can't go there. We can't go get, Indian food or whatever. Or something, yeah.
Okay, well, I was going to say, so I'm a picky eater as well. I wouldn't say I'm picky. I just don't, well, I guess that is a picky eater. I just don't eat it. Like, I don't eat fish.
I like to pick certain things.
Well, I don't like fish, but then you said Indian food. What I was going to say was I will never make anybody change
plans.
Revolve around me. Pick a restaurant. There is something on that menu that I will be able to get. Like, don't worry.
Even off the kids' menu.
She doesn't eat sushi. Well, I can go to a sushi restaurant and get chicken and rice. Like, most times they're going to have that.
They probably have edamame there.
It's okay.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, the rule was, Mom made the dinner, and that's what you were having.
That's what you were having.
Oh, now, you go out to the restaurant, and you could pick what you wanted, when you got to go to the restaurant, but restaurants. But yeah, you better goddamn well eat what Mom put down.
It did suck, though, when what was made was something you just did not like at all. Well, there's a scene in Brighton Beach Memoirs where they make liver and onions. He's like, I can't eat this.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
But when you have kids that will eat, you then take them out to dinner and they're like, ooh, lobster.
That's Carter.
Right?
That is Carter.
And you don't want to tell him no.
I can tell what he's going to order before he even orders it because it will be the most eclectic and expensive thing on the menu.
Yeah. He doesn't look at the number on the other side of the menu. He just looks at what the food is.
Yeah. Yep.
But don't worry, the other one's ordering chicken fingers, so it evens out.
Mom's ordering chicken.
True.
Kath, I did the same thing going out to eat, and then I always hated my meal. And then my brother, who always got the chicken parmesan, was happy with his meal when we go out to eat.
The Goldbergs did in case of the same kind of thing. Wherever they go, like if they go to Cattle Ranch Bill's, he orders the fish.
Right.
And if they go to the fish warehouse, he orders the steak.
While that may solve the problem at the moment, if you get to make something special for the meal for that one kid, experts warn that it could backfire and get away of them eating healthy eating habits. If you're giving them kind of junk food because that's all they eat. Instead, pediatrician Dr. Susan Wolford recommended that parents eat a balanced diet, including at least one food their child is likely to eat because kids learn from watching their parents. And if they're eating healthy foods, kids will be inspired to do the same. I don't know if that's going to work or not.
Listen, stuff that I used to, the laughable notion that years ago, the Mediterranean diet, salmon, all that stuff, no, I'm not having that crap. Now that's what I love. That I live on that.
But we grew up, it was a meat and potatoes household.
Oh, yeah.
And it was the same thing. It's like, and we ate dinner together quite a bit. And it was like, you sit down and this is what you get. And if you don't eat it, then you don't eat it.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. And there were a lot of times where it was just me at the dinner table at the end of the night.
Because you didn't eat?
Because, oh, man, I was such a picky eater. I would just, put mouthfuls of food in my mouth and then go to the bathroom and spit it into the toilet.
Did you ever see Mommy Dearest?
Wow.
The movie?
Yeah.
She's a picky eater. Mm-hmm. And that's okay unless Joan Crawford's your mother.
Double beet loaf.
At mealtime, 15% of parents make their kids finish everything on their plate, which can lead to them eating even after they're full. More than half of moms and dads surveyed say that their kids have to try some of everything that they're served, and just under a third require kids to eat everything on their plate if they want dessert.
Meatloaf, double meatloaf. I hate meatloaf.
I never make Jace finish his plate, and he even like with treats and snacks and stuff like that now, like if when he's full and he's done, he leaves it. Like he doesn't need to finish
you're not forcing somebody to jam down food they're not hungry for.
It's really frustrating. I made dinner the other night. I was making burgers. My son ended up not having a burger and just eating a freaking peanut butter and jelly sandwich on a hamburger bun. I was like, okay, I'm happy that you're doing that. And then right before, like I'm literally, because I made the burgers myself, I'm in the kitchen preparing everything. And then Avery comes in and like grabs like ice cream and like, I'm like, what are you, I'm like, I'm making dinner right. She's like, I'm still going to eat. I'm like, oh, I'm going to make sure you eat.
Oh, yeah. I hate that. I absolutely hate that.
Like, we're not having to,
Think about when you were a kid, would you do the same thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope. No. If my mom was making dinner, then
she would kick your ass if you ate.
Only thing I was
you're gonna
able to
spoil your meal.
Well, I could have some of the ingredients. Like, let's say she was making potatoes or something like that. I love, for some reason, I love raw potatoes.
Me too. As a kid, loved them. We ate them all the time.
Lick the liver spoon.
Yeah, I could do that. If it was an ingredient in what she was making, yes. But if I was, no.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
There you go, folks. Damn, boy, what the hell took so long?
Well, you get the 2 well-done steaks, so usually takes a little while to cook.
Yeah, well, could you give me some more ketchup?
Sure, no problem.
That sets off the flavor of a steak, like some ketchup.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what that's from. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, what is up, Mike?
Waiting.
Waiting is correct, yes. Yep, and here's what we have for you, Case.
We got a $25 gift card to Dunkin'.
Nice.
Preston Steve Ron on Dunkin'.
Let's see, we got one more to do. One more. Let's play this one and see if you know what movie this is from.
What the heck is that?
It's broccoli on pizza. That's it. I'm done.
Congratulations, San Francisco. You've ruined pizza. First the Hawaiians, and now you.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. All right, order up one more story. All right, it may seem like everyone is eating healthy these days, but it turns out that they may not be nutritionally motivated. According to a new survey, 30% of Americans admit they only buy healthy foods because they're trendy. The poll of 2,000 U.S. adults looks at people's food purchasing practices and finds that almost 2/3 rate their grocery shopping habits as at least somewhat healthy. But healthiness isn't their top priority when filling their shopping cart. Cost is number one.
Yes.
Followed by quality and personal preferences, followed by healthiness in fourth place.
Cost and quality number 1 and 2, and then okay, it makes sense.
What about convenience? Is that factored in at
Not in that, no. More than 8 in 10 shoppers still prefer products that use what they call health washing terms. Okay, and I wasn't familiar with this, but it makes total sense. The health washing terms are those on labels that promote products' health benefits, like multigrain or high-in,
right,
or sugar-free, free-range, and also organic.
Yeah, they have their way with that stuff.
Yes, they do.
So I've often joked, on a bag of salt, you'll see sugar-free.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it's like cereal boxes are the most. They have contains
asbestos-free.
Well, it'll say fiber or whatever and so on, but it's not letting you know that it's overloaded in sugar as well. So if some of those terms are confusing, you're not alone. Americans are most confident in understanding what organic, sugar-free, and multigrain mean, but they're unsure about what reduced, fortified with, and light really mean on a food label.
Yeah, and it's all very subjective.
As a result, close to 1/3 of respondents feel overwhelmed when reading labels while food shopping. I'd mentioned to someone, we were talking on air, and I talked about the salad dressing we use, Ken's.
Yes, yeah.
Light balsamic vinaigrette, which is what I use regularly because it's lower in calories. It's like 60
use
calories
Ken's?
per serving. Yeah.
I love that stuff.
Yeah.
That lid.
And then somebody had emailed me and said, hey, by the way, that stuff uses some type of oil that is apparently not as good as regular olive oil. And I'm like, I'm just looking at the calories. I'm just, at this point, I'm trying to keep my weight down so that, it's healthy for my heart.
Yeah.
I understand that there are other ingredients. I haven't gone that deep into it.
There is,
like your brother, Casey, who is very, very ingredient conscious.
Very,
very,
caught up.
picky about that. And it's good to be that way.
Oh, yeah.
Healthy.
What's his salad dressing of choice? Pureed baby seal?
Yes, absolutely. That with a little bit of penguin.
He probably uses the same thing that Dennis uses.
No salad dressing.
No salad dressing. Can you imagine eating a salad without any salad dressing?
You should use a nice spicy pico de gallo as a salad. If you don't want salad dressing at all, pico de gallo is the way to go.
Okay.
Preston, I actually started eating my salad with no salad dressing because it gets all soggy, and I don't have the nice contraption that you have where you can add it afterwards. So if I'm eating it here or at
plastic
home,
box.
I'll usually just eat without the salad dressing. It's not that bad, but if you do want to get a little bit healthier, you could just mix the balsamic vinaigrette and the oil yourself. You can get whatever oil you want.
Yep.
Casey, does your brother go by the sort of the credo of the fewer ingredients, the better?
Yeah, he's more Whole Foods than anything else. Definitely is very, very weary of added sugar, right? So if you're looking at things on the back of a label, you can see your sugars and then added sugars. And so I try and stay away from added sugars if I can.
I try. It's hard. I mean, so much of the stuff just ends up with sugar in it anyway. But
when I'm going for, if I'm going for chocolate chip cookies or something that is just inherently not healthy anyway, I'm not paying attention to added sugar.
Chocolate chip sundae contains sugar.
Then I want extra added sugar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of misinformation in the ads as well, and it throws people off quite a bit. But this survey says that a lot of people do it just to because it seems a little bit trendy.
Those cheddar fish, not fish.
All right, let's see if we got to move along because we have some guests coming up. Let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from.
What the heck is that?
Who puts broccoli on pizza? That's it. I'm done.
Congratulations, San Francisco. You've ruined pizza. First the Hawaiians, and now you.
All right, we'll go to Christina. Hi there, Christina.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning. All right, Christina, the movie, please.
Inside Out.
Yes. Amazing movie. And Christina, got this for you.
You got a $25 Dunkin' gift card. Preston Steve runs on Dunkin'.
How about that?
Trailer for the sequel.
Yes,
Shows
the new
around.
one.
Yes.
Is it out?
Oh, they're running. It's got to be opening soon. Maybe even this weekend because it's heavy duty.
Not this weekend, but soon, Steve. I think it's June.
Right.
I hope it's as good as the original.
I know.
That movie was just perfect. All right, and that's it for the Connoisseur gang. But it's an early edition.
Yes.
We had to get that in the way because tomorrow is obviously Keenan's and the live broadcast. So thank you for joining in for that. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we have Bizarre File stories a little bit later on. Jacoby Shaddix and Chris Daughtry together on our program. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
You scared the owl living in my knot. That's my knot sack.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Oh, Samwise, we just had a threesome with a pine tree. I'll be pulling splinters out of my sack for years to come.
By the way, did you see the guy who won the gold medal in last year's springboard? Last Olympic springboard?
No.
The dude from Russia failed a dive yesterday.
How did he do? What did he do?
He belly flopped. So,
by the way, Casey, can you do that new prep that they do?
No.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like they're tripping.
Please explain.
All right. So before, when Kathy and I were diving, you would have like a 2 or a 3 or a 4 step approach, a crow hop, a jump,
as you're leading into the dive, you do 1, 2, 3. Bam, up.
Right.
All right. So when you're
Casey's going to demonstrate
that's
this
called
in the studio.
Prep. All right.
So now they have this thing where it's like 1, 2, skip.
Yeah, that's what they do. I've tried it in my living room. I will admit this, and I can't quite get what they're doing.
Me neither. I don't know why they do it.
Is it the Dorothy skip from The Wizard of Oz?
We could do that, Steve. We could.
Yeah,
the Olympic
How would you skip, Kathy? What would be your skip?
I mean, I would just do the traditional skip: right leg, left leg.
Let's time you. Let's time
It would be hard. What, all the way down the hall? Yeah, down the hall.
You have to do a lap, right?
Olympic skipping.
No.
Do
it down the hall.
That's European style.
This is your starting point right here.
All right, Olympic skipping.
All right.
You want me to go first?
So, Olympic skipping. Do we need a video crew for this? Hold on. Okay, all right.
All right, there's your starting point.
All right, skippers, take your mark. Set. Go! And she's off. She's skipping down the hall, and she looks happy while doing it. Now she's coming back. Here we go.
No.
Push it. Push it. Go. Time.
All right.
Wow.
You going to try it or no?
Yeah.
I was going to use Wizard of Oz method, but
Hey, it's just like diving. Whatever your approach is, man.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Watch out down the hall.
All right.
All right.
There's people cheering for us.
All right.
Here he goes. He's warming up.
Yep, he's doing.
Get limber.
All right. Do your Michelle Jedicke dance. All right. Skippers, take your marks.
All right,
Set. Go. All right, and he's off. He's off. Oh my God, he's doing this double skip.
Now he skips like
Steve. Oh my God, does he look insanely? He looks way too happy while doing that. He should be coming around the corner any second now, around through the kitchen, and here he comes. He's doing the double skip. All right, I think he's not going to beat your time, Kathy. And time.
I was double footing it.
Oh, yeah.
double footer.
You crushed it.
I got the gold.
All right, let's do one more because Nick wanted to take you on, and we'll see if he can beat the.
Oh, Nick's wearing sneakers. Kathy was going barefoot.
Yeah.
That's a different approach, too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was double skipping and I screwed it up.
Nick's loosening up.
Okay.
And Skipper, take your mark. Set. Go! And he's off. And he is skipping furiously.
He's a terrible skipper.
He might actually get injured.
Yeah, you're right.
He's going to be our injury for sure.
Yes. Let me know what. Okay. All right, here he comes around the
Wait
corner.
a second, he might win.
About to cross the finish line and across. Time.
Close. 16.67 seconds.
What?
Kathy retains the gold.
Thank you.
Damn it! Oh my God! Look there.
Wow, I thought he had you. Olympic skipping. I'd say that's definitely an event down the road.
Try doing that. Try doing it Wizard of Oz style.
I might go with
that was
it.
pretty awesome.
I might start training.
I think I can beat you.
Can you beat my time? Well, are you doing it Wizard of Oz or straight ahead?
I'm doing straight ahead skipping.
Clearly, Wizard of Oz is not the way to go.
But funnier.
Was it funnier?
Yes.
Right.
It did look good, Steve.
All right. All right. Watch out, Marilyn.
Watch out, Marilyn.
All right. Here we go.
Come on, we're competing.
Skippers, take your mark. Set. Go.
All right, Preston's off, and he is. Well, he is. No, wait a second. He looks like a charging gorilla.
Is he just running?
He's just running. He's no.
No, he was skipping.
What is that? Are you kidding?
Oh my God, dude.
You look like a charging gorilla.
Wow. We have set so many world records in the past couple of weeks. You shattered the world record, Preston.
What?
With a time of 13.6.
Yes. All right. Do me again with my new method of skipping.
Okay.
Oh,
man.
I think I hurt my ankle.
I thought I
you're
was.
the injury?
Yeah.
My new method of skipping.
Okay. Steve, you want your tags on?
Olympic skipping.
Okay. All right.
Ow.
Okay.
All right, Skipper, take your mark. Set and go. He's off. Oh, he's running. He's absolutely running. And here he comes. And
Yes!
Wow.
That was my new method of skipping.
New world record.
Hey!
no, he broke his gate.
He got DQ'd.
He got DQ'd. I was skipping. What do you mean?
I will say the turns were a little difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, they were, right?
Yeah.
I seriously, I pulled something down there. My left ankle, it was already bothering me. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid.
That was the funniest hardcore skipping. Woo!
I know. I think I had a look of intensity on my face.
You did.
I stumbled across this. It might have been late last week, and I didn't get a chance to bring it up to you guys. But Panda Express has come out with a new tool. I wish Bobby Lee was still here. A new tool that could forever change how we eat Chinese food, eat Asian food in general, because the chain may soon be introducing a chork, or a chopsticks fork hybrid in its restaurants.
All right, how good are you at chopsticks?
I'm real good at chopsticks.
I'm pretty good. I don't eat a lot of Asian food.
My whole family is good. We just started in, just for fun, because I think it's just a thing that culturally it's kind of neat to see how,
once you got it, you got it.
Those. Yeah, and once you get it, it takes a little practice. The only one, my daughter, she still uses the little kid chopsticks that they make with the rubber band and the little thing.
Has a little spring action.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. You want to get good at chopsticks? Get a bowl of peas and just start.
Yeah. Try to pick those out.
That's how you get good.
I'm good at it. I'm pretty decent at it to where I can eat rice, noodles, stuff like that. No, rice is a bitch. It's tough to scoop it under and get it all to stay in one bit on your rice. But you can do it.
Besides, if you see hardcore, Asian restaurants and people who are Chinese restaurants, there's a scooping process.
There's a little bit, for sure, yeah. But they want to do this chork thing.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
It's for Americans.
Yeah,
I know.
That's weak sauce.
I have a chadle, which is a ladle and a chork.
A chork and a ladle?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you use that for?
Conversation.
All right.
I have no idea how to use chopsticks.
No kidding.
No idea. Can't. It frustrates me. I don't eat a lot of Chinese food, I will say, but still, I mean, I've tried and I just can't do it.
This is
Jace is better than me.
You will think I am being weird with this, but it involves male genitals to practice.
I don't see the correlation.
All right. I'm just suggesting.
Why don't you show her off here?
Yeah.
Kathy, you should practice with it. And
I've tried. Well, I probably should.
You've done the Kathy version of try.
Do you know what happens though?
Ooh, this is gross. I'm stopping.
Well, it's not
deference
gross.
to
I
you,
just don't know how to do it.
A lot of times
I don't like it. I can't do it.
Ew, this is like the hand. I don't get it. Kathy, sometimes they make inferior chopsticks that are far too thin. I like a little girth on my chopsticks. Do you agree, Preston?
Yeah, they do make some that are heavier,
right?
As well,
got a little weight to them. Yeah,
the ones that are not just the real. Yeah, Kathy.
Yeah,
I'll show you how to do it.
What's happening?
I know,
no, but you're not doing it right.
But you're not doing it.
I'm using a fork.
And there she goes. She's done. And
Use
there
the
it
channel.
is.
It'll get you from England to France very quickly.
All right. So anyhow, they might be doing this thing. Basically, what it looks like is a fork on one end instead of one piece. One handle that comes out the other end of the fork, it splits out into two pieces, and it's plastic, so I assume you can just kind of squeeze it and use it that way. So, yeah, everybody's got their own little technique of chopsticks. You do it like that? I do mine a little bit differently.
What do you do?
Here, can I see those pencils, Carter?
Yeah, so I use the index finger and the thumb, and I use the clamping motion is done by lowering the index finger.
I do it like this.
You're a little different than me, Steve, but similar approach.
I anchor it on my ring finger, the bottom one.
Yeah, right.
Ring finger like that. Yeah.
That's kind of what, Casey, I think you and I are pretty similar.
Nope.
Kathy, you nailed it.
Oh, my God, you're more.
Do you?
Jesus Christ. You'd starve to death. We'd be visiting you in a Chinese hospital. I can't eat. I can't eat anything.
God, how'd you lose so much weight?
I started eating with a chopstick.
This might be a great idea. I think if I start eating everything with chopsticks.
It's a total body workout. Chopsticks.
So anyhow, it's called a chork. There's something else that's going on today, and we touched on it a little bit at the end of the show yesterday because I didn't realize it's the big day for Marissa.
Yeah.
Dinner on Blanc is taking place.
Yeah. Do you follow Marissa on Instagram?
Yes, I do.
She's been posting all sorts of Dinner on Blanc shots.
I want to know, how do you get invited to this?
Oh, God,
somebody will come up to you. Just stand out there. You are coming to a Dinner on Blanc. There's your envelope. There will be a DNA reader outside the subway station.
A DNA reader.
You. What is your name? You're a little girl. Marissa? I like you. You amuse me. We'll see you tonight at Dinner on Blanc. Bring one chair, one table with a tablecloth. Of course, all Blanc. You do know what Blanc means, don't you?
That's part of the test.
Yeah, it's part of the test. Yeah.
Yes, you do know.
I'm not denying that
You're
it's
delightful. All right, I'm not letting you come unless you twirl around until you faint.
How do you get invited?
So you join the group. Since I've done it since the beginning, I'm in there's layers that you join in. I get to sign up in the first group. There's 3 groups, so there's a long waiting list. and they send you an email that says it's open.
It's going to be a wonderful time.
But listen, no.
At 10 o'clock at night, we're going to poke a fat woman with a stick.
God.
Listen, it's all part of it. They do that to make it so that it's it's special that you get invited, but you're not going to not get invited if you want to go.
Are you sure?
Well, there is a waiting list.
See?
But they say there's a waiting list, but they want to make this as big as
Mr.
possible.
Lauer,
Yes.
did you say? We're booked up. Why don't you take your string and silly putt in? Did you say Juniata Park? Is that a place? Is that an amusement facility?
Can you bring Gary Lauer with you tonight, please?
Should bring Gary Lauer. Bring Gary Lauer in plaid.
This would be the last dinner on Blanc ever.
Fidelio.
with a kilt and no underwear on. Look at my balls.
Jesus.
Look at my balls.
Those are white.
Yeah.
Hey, Marissa,
my balls are Blanc.
Kathy found this video of a group of people. They look like, dancers or something along those lines. Doing
they're clearly dancing.
This perpetual motion exercise of sorts. And you keep doing this loop over and over and over.
All right.
There's no way we're going to be able to do this.
Well, also because everyone, save for height, is about the same weight.
But not only that, I just think the mechanics of it.
It's hard.
You got to coordinate.
We're skippers.
Yeah, man.
The only thing that I'm a little worried about is how will we start?
That's the only thing you're worried about?
Let's do it.
I'm worried about the number of ankles that are broken. And
It's like what? It's like Beastmaster.
Oh, it is?
It's Beastmaster.
All right, I got to scratch my
Yes.
Hang on.
What did you do?
Slapped him in the face.
They just smashed their faces just by scratching your nose.
Oh, my God. You made me punch myself in the face.
Wait a second.
Dick.
Just to appreciate this, we haven't even. All he did was scratch his nose, and 2 people are injured. We haven't even done the move yet.
This is never gonna work.
I went up to scratch my nose, and Casey assisted my arm by shoving his forearm up, which my hand was attached to, and I popped myself right below the eye.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster.
I'm going to have a black eye.
I can't. It's working.
I can't. You got to come up.
It's working.
You got to come up.
Casey,
there it is.
Nick,
There it is. I got it.
It worked. It worked.
It started to.
I'm still standing.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Alrighty, we got some bizarre file stories to share with you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. You can visit delcotrimlight.com and schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. A professional clown is facing charges after meeting an undercover officer during a prostitution sting. On Sunday, officers began an undercover
How much for a hand job?
investigation regarding prostitution. On a website, officers said that they found a man later identified as Francis Bowie of Scranton, advertising himself under the escort section of the site.
That's where the office was based.
Police stated that they contacted Bowie to set up an appointment, and Bowie agreed to perform sexual acts for $100 an hour at a hotel in the inner city, or in the city. The undercover
Do you mind if I leave my big floppy shoes on?
officer met Bowie. What did I say his name was?
Bowie.
Bowie. Bowie. That's
Okay.
it. As he was arrested on the scene, Bowie told police it was the first time he offered prostitution services, and he knew that it was wrong. But he also told officers he performs as the Amazing Franco.
The Amazing Franco.
And just got back from traveling with the circus.
Boy, is my mouth tired.
Bowie was charged with promoting prostitution, by the way. An Indian court granted bail to a DUI teenager who rammed his Porsche into a motorcycle and killed 2 people on the condition that he write an essay about the incident.
Wow. They really know how to hand out a stiff sentence.
The court
I hate essays.
also told the 17-year-old boy to undergo treatment for his drinking habit.
All right, write a theme about what you want for Christmas.
Take counseling sessions and work with the local police for 15 days.
Kill 2 people.
Yeah, the teenager who has not been named is the son of a prominent real estate magnate, and the perceived leniency showed by the judges sparked outrage in the country.
Well, that seems ridiculous that they would give him a favorite sort of nation status.
The accident occurred around 3:15 a.m. A group of friends was returning home on motorcycles after a party when they reached a junction. One of the motorcycles was hit by the teenager's Porsche, causing its 2 riders to fall and die instantly. After hitting the riders, the teenager crashed his car into some railings. A group video has been posted widely on social media and shows a group of passersby attacking the driver as he tries to exit the vehicle. Police said that they will appeal the bail order and treat the accused as an adult.
I mean, that's outlandish.
Yeah, they're not happy with that at all. Residents in a small city in northeastern Colorado were cleaning up this past Tuesday after hail the size of baseballs and golf balls pounded the community with heavy construction equipment and snow shovels used to clear ice that piled up. The hail piled up knee deep.
Knee deep hail.
That is how much I saw
That is
pictures
amazing.
of it. I've never seen that much in my life. Monday night storm in Yuma shattered vehicle windshields, pounded the siding off of buildings, and broke many windows. And it also brought heavy rain to the city of about 3,500 people. No injuries were reported. The storm hit as torrential rain, high winds, and large hail pummeled neighborhoods. Neighboring states as a new round of storms had threatened more of the Midwest this past Tuesday. Schools were closed on Tuesday as the cleanup continued. Residents also were clearing fallen tree branches and leaves knocked down by the storm and bringing them to a drop-off spot designated by the city.
You know, one of the worst times I ever had experiencing hail was actually going down the night before to Keenan's, and I was in the car, obviously, and it sounded like machine gun fire.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. Yeah, it can be pretty brutal, but I've never seen that much of it. The pictures are unbelievable, so I'm surprised there wasn't, somebody didn't get hurt really, really bad from that. A woman visiting Italy got scammed so bad that she had to give props to the scammer. Clarissa Murgia, who was visiting from Argentina, was promised an ocean vista room at the hotel she booked. But when she got there, Murgia realized that the view was nothing more than a poster of the ocean on the wall.
No. I keep waving to that fisherman, but he doesn't wave back.
She laughed in a TikTok video and said, "No one has ever deceived me like this before." And she had shelled out extra cash after the bed and breakfast's online ad promised a picturesque sea view.
For another $100, we'll throw in a poster.
For a vacation of a lifetime. However, Mauricia laughed through the frustration. Her vacation catfishing service serving as a cautionary tale about too good to be true online listings.
I mean, did they light it up so it even looked like it was like illuminated from the outside?
I did not see pictures of it, Case, so I'm not really sure.
I had the opposite of that happen when I went to the North Rim Visitor Center. I was having lunch there at the Grand Canyon, and I look into this grand room, and I see this beautiful photo of the Grand Canyon. And as I got closer, I realized it was the window, and that was actually the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Yep. All right, wildlife rangers in Golden, Colorado resorted to blasting Black Sabbath's Iron Man to coax a stubborn black bear down from a tree. The bear had initially climbed the tree after rummaging through trash left out overnight, prompting a lengthy stakeout by officials. Unfortunately, despite attempts with a drone and the heavy metal music, the bear remained perched, forcing rangers to wait until nightfall for it to come down on its own accord. Black bears don't mind Black Sabbath, quipped the Colorado Parks and Wildlife team, who reminded residents to not leave trash out that could track the cute but still very much wild animals. So didn't do any good.
I could have told them that.
But they tried.
Bears love Ozzy.
All right, and then let's see. Do we have time for one more? Let's see. Yeah, let's go with this one. A woman in California claims that a bolt of lightning during a thunderstorm killed her momentarily, leading to an out-of-body experience where her deceased grandfather revealed her new ability to tell the future through vivid dreams.
It's amazing.
Despite warnings of pain and divorce if she came back to life, Elizabeth Crone said that on the Sherman Oaks podcast that she chose to return along with prophetic nightmares and of disasters with details like correct flight numbers.
From now on, you'll be able to tell the future and fart golf balls.
And when dreaming, she could tell the correct flight numbers when dreaming of the TWA Flight 800 disaster. Elizabeth's grandfather also told her a couple of predictions that ended up coming true. He revealed the results of that year's Super Bowl to her, as well as telling her that George H. Bush was going to win the upcoming presidential election, which he did.
I'll predict after you tell this story, a lot of people will think you're a moron.
So she claims she can tell the future. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Question, Casey, with Chris Daughtry and Jacoby Shaddix. Where are they going to be via Zoom?
They are via Zoom, but I do not know if it's audio Zoom only or if there's going to be a video Zoom component.
Maybe it'll just be of their lower halves.
Okay.
So we're waiting for those guys to get connected. Okay. But you know what? I do want to take a moment to thank our friend Mike from Stake 'em Up.
Yes, that's right.
Tomorrow, we're going to be at Keenan's, and Stake 'em Up every single year. They give us cash to give away.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's no exception.
Is he going to be there?
Yeah, he will. He will be there later on in the morning.
All right.
So I got to meet up with him later on today. He's giving us $500 cash to give away.
Gotta love
tomorrow.
it, man. That's
Yeah,
nice.
Love that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll make sure that there's ample opportunities to win a little bit of spending cash.
Oh, and there is
for your Shore weekend,
Yeah.
and we have some other things. We got different, concert tickets and sports tickets and things that will be, and these things that will be given away
the charity and the gifts that you give and all that stuff
tomorrow. So we'll do that. I wanted to mention this: the Wells Fargo Center is receiving global recognition after completing its multi-year $400 million renovation project.
And it looks great.
Front Office Sports, the leading media and news organization covering the business of sports, released their 2024 slate of best venues, with South Philadelphia's Wells Fargo Center making the list of just 10 venues in the world.
That's pretty amazing.
That includes stadiums, arenas, racing, and other mixed-use venues.
So it's in the top 10 in the world?
In the world.
Well,
Yeah.
honestly, we love what they've done, and the improvements are amazing.
I think that it looks awesome, and I'm curious as to how much more life that breathes into the building, right? So, I mean, the building's already been there since the late 90s.
Yeah.
So
and what it looks like.
Do we get another 20, 30 years out of it?
I would love to see that.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Did you see?
You would think so. I mean, it doesn't. It's not dated.
No.
It's not. Compared to. Well, I don't go to other. Yeah, I don't go to other giant stadiums. So or large stadiums. So I don't really have anything to compare it to personally. But nothing seems dated about it to me.
I think the only thing that I love it, and I love the renovations as well. But I'm curious as to whether or not there are going to be more venues like the Sphere coming forward, because that is designed solely for like entertainment, for concerts. I know they're doing the NHL draft there. The Wells Fargo Center is multi-purpose. It Flyers games, Sixers games, and concerts, et cetera. So I'm curious as to if there's going to be more things like the Sphere that are built over the next, 10, 15 years.
How many people can the Sphere hold?
I don't know.
Because you still need 20,000 plus seat venues for groups that attract that many people.
So they're doing a UFC fight there. I know that, right? And but I mean, you could have a hockey. They're not a hockey ring there or anything like that.
Nick just pulled this up. It holds the Sphere holds 18,600 people, so they could make some that are maybe slightly bigger than 20,000 seat venues. Wow.
You see that they're sinking $700 million into renovating the new Penn State Stadium, Beaver Stadium.
Okay, 700 mil.
700 mil. And that's another one because I've only been to one Penn State game, and that was 25 years ago. I thought it was kind of like bare bonesy.
It is.
It basically is just
great coach.
It felt like just football stands.
Yeah, there's not a lot of luxury suites or anything like that to it. And Casey, they built it up a few years ago. Basically, they turned it into like Tinker Toys, and they added an upper level. When Penn State has a home football game, State College becomes the third most populous city in the state.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
The other thing, speaking of building things in stadiums and whatnot, did you guys see that the pool that they're building for the Paris Olympics right now?
No, I haven't seen it. I've heard about it.
It's not like an irregular, they're called a natatorium.
Is it like a swim spa?
It's a swim spa,
Damn
essentially.
it, man. You should have one.
It is the biggest swim spa in history. No, they're building this pool inside a soccer stadium.
Oh, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like when you look at like the Final Four and stuff like that, and they'll just put the basketball court in the middle of a football arena.
They're doing the same thing
with the pool.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
I'm digging that.
Well, the award that the Wells Fargo Center has won honors venues that have met and exceeded the evolving demands of fans while setting the new industry standard for success. Several criteria, including new technologies that improve the guest experience, exciting and engaging menu items, design features, and mixed-use development opportunities. Mixed use, like Nick was talking about, sports and entertainment. Other winners include Churchill Downs, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Citi Field in New York, and the Moody Center in Austin.
How important was access to chicken fingers in determining?
Honey mustard.
Honey mustard specifically as a dipping sauce.
Dipping sauce. So that's cool. That's good to know. I mean, that we have that, cutting edge.
We end up in such crappy lists normally that the fact that they made the top 10 is pretty good.
Yep, I do love it. All right, our guests are on the line. They are ready to go. They're going to be at a pretty swanky location, the Lincoln Center.
It looks pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is a really cool award that is taking place, and we have two people that are going to be joining us for this. One recently in our studio performing live, and we had a great time with them. So we'll welcome him first, and then we'll welcome our second one. Chris Daughtry is joining us, first of all. Chris, good to see you again. Yeah, absolutely, man. And sitting right next to you, and the music we're playing in the background from Papa Roach, Jacoby Shannon.
That's good.
Is on the program. Jacoby, thanks for coming on this morning, man.
Absolutely, man. Good to see y'all. I have to look over here to see you guys.
Oh, we're off to your side. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you look good over there, though.
There we go. We're actually always best off to the side. Yeah.
Well, listen, this event, and it's a pretty serious and cool thing that is taking place. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is having their Lifesavers Gala. It's tonight at the Lincoln Center. And for those who don't know, Jacoby is receiving an award. Chris, you are presenting the award. So can you guys tell us a little bit about the award and what it stands for? And then we'll get into some of the background and the reason why, Jacoby, you've been chosen for this.
Yeah, it's the Public Education Lifesavers Award, and they have a gala each year, and they give it to somebody new. And this year, we partnered over the last couple of years with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and we've just been raising a ton of money with them and for them for their services that they offer the people. And we're just here to help break down the stigma and, straight up, like, just be real, like, save some lives with music and, use this music as a service to the people. And, I think from the beginning of our career with Last Resort, that song dealt with a really heavy topic, suicide, and it was a cry for help. And years later, we write a song, Leave a Light On, that's like the response. And so it's just awesome to be able to use music as a, something to light people up, inspire people.
It does do that, obviously, and it serves a great purpose. And I think anyone, even from someone who has a passing knowledge of the state of affairs in the world today, knows that the suicide rates are skyrocketing. And you're dealing with all sorts of people of all sorts of walks of life, young, old. And it is the ultimate tragedy. Our midday guy, Pierre, is legendary. Often describes it as a permanent, solution to a temporary problem. Yeah. And the ability to be able to intercede and for you guys to use your voices to be that. But we'll hear it passively doing the show sometimes. Preston will say something, and someone will text in and say, "You caught me just at the moment where I was considering making that horrible final decision and averted that." So kudos to you guys for your efforts.
That's like one of the most amazing things you can hear as an artist, that you wrote something that stopped someone in their tracks. Yeah. And hopefully it's not something that I think we think about when we're writing, but man, if it can do that for one person, that is if not the only reason to do this.
Absolutely.
It's incredible to hear those testaments.
Yeah, it's
people.
Like literally a week ago, my son Jagger, he calls me up in a panic and found out another one of his friends from middle school died by suicide.
Middle school.
Middle school.
And
it's
going to
hard.
stop. Heartbreaking.
It's hard to wrap your mind around that. And to be honest, in middle school, I had struggles too, and not knowing how dangerous thoughts like that are. I had similar thoughts as well at that age. It was, I mean, I never went through with anything. I never took it to any particular level, but I had those invasive thoughts. And fortunately, I had people around me that were good, and I didn't see that as some kind of a messed up final solution. But I mean, you guys have the ultimate perspective on this. I mean, you know, Chris, you've had it touch in the most personal way possible, and Jacoby, you've been open about the fact that you've struggled with the thoughts yourself. So it's a complicated issue. Is like there's no right answer other than, I guess, giving a place for people to reach out to if they start to head in that direction. I mean, am I making any sense when I say that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's help out there. That's why we're here on this, talking about this and encouraging people if they're in that dark space, like fight for your life. You are worth it. All those negative thoughts that are running through your head, like, that's just noise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're not alone. You're not alone in thinking the way you think, and there's plenty of people around you that if you just said it out loud, you realize they feel this way too at times. And I think a lot of times there's that fear of being a burden to someone else, or fear of whatever judgment. You're not going to understand what I'm going through, and I think our goal is to help people feel that they're not alone, and there are people that understand where they're at, and if they can just hold on one more day.
Chris, I think you just said it, and Jacoby, you were saying it as well. At a certain level, I think there is everyone gets that. It is that bump, that hump that gets people. Well, everyone starts to sort of recede a little bit and go, this is a thing. I think you almost have to like steamroll it into conversation and say, are you thinking of ending yourself? Are you thinking, and almost to be that overt about it, to make it part of a conversation where you can say, realize this is a reality in the world that we're living in. When you have middle school kids taking their lives, to realize, err on the side of caution. Be out there. Be out ahead of it. Do like you guys are doing, making it part of a conversation that's comfortable, as opposed to, everyone starts to do that sort of recede thing, and you can't have that, or else you're not going to get forward momentum.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, in like 97 and 98, I was suicidal and dealing with a terrible depression. And just the very fact that we're able to have this conversation at all at this point in 2024, I think means a lot. And the fact that two rock stars are able to have this conversation comfortably out in the open, publicly, and for everybody to see it, like people feel accepted when they're feeling vulnerable now. And 25, 26 years ago, you weren't allowed to do that. That was seen as weakness, right? And so, in my mind anyway, it's evolved into being that's a strength. Can you guys speak to that?
Really and truly, it was 2011 for me. I was in the darkest place in my life, and I was there, and thank God I didn't make the permanent decision to a temporary problem. And I realized that I had people around me that loved me, but it was just to like let the wall down, to finally like just go, I'm struggling, I'm hurting. And when I did that, it was like I got a hug from a million people. Oh. You know what I mean? It was like my family just pressed in, my brothers pressed in, and it was, I've walked through it, and I'm on the other side. And now my ultimate weakness is my strength. You know what I'm saying? It's like through struggle strengthens, really and truly. And it's how we suit up and show up for ourselves.
And you're able to be that for other people that can see themselves in you.
Yeah.
So the event tonight, and Chris, how did you end up as the presenter? Is there some sort of backstage behind the curtain thing that went into place? Did you request it, or how did this all come about?
Well, I found out that he was that Jacoby was being honored, and we're boys, and our management are tight together, and I think our managers were having a conversation, was like, hey, how would Chris feel about that? I was like, yes, please, I would love to. And, I think personal experience kind of, for me, dictates where you want to put your energy as far as organizations are concerned. And, for years, I didn't really have a an exact charity that I felt like really called to, and until I lost my daughter, and it was very obvious after seeing the work that Jacoby was doing and some of our other friends in the music industry like Shinedown, and it was clear to me that's where I wanted to put my energy and focus. So to be asked to honor someone who's inspiring me through this work was a no-brainer.
What's interesting is having purpose in life. Feeling that you're making an impact can be one of the best cures to feelings that generate and lead down that horrible path. So it's when you can. It's the old adage of turning tragedy into triumph, but you're both doing it. So what else is on happening during the event tonight? And is there going to be any performing, or what is on the bill?
No performance tonight. Yeah, it's just an event. We're just there to try to inspire some other people to also donate. Because the work that the AFSP does for the people it's amazing. I went and sat with them multiple times over, and they're showing us their initiatives that they're pushing and what they're doing in the community. And we want to inspire the big donors that are rolling up in there to throw down.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, if anybody listening does feel that they'd like to help out and donate, it's the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention, the AFSP, and you can reach out and certainly help or volunteer your time. It's the 35th Annual Lifesavers Gala, so it's tonight, and it's cool. Jacoby's getting the Public Education Lifesaver Award. That's a big thing. So kudos
congratulations.
To you. Keep doing the great work. Chris, obviously,
absolutely.
We love you as well. So we hope you guys have a good night, and we're very proud of you. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Last note, I would say you don't got to donate. Just hit up one of your homies and just check in on your people.
All right.
Yes.
I like that too.
Simple as that. Yeah.
Ask the real question.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you, guys.
How are you really doing?
All right, we'll see you. Chris Daughtry and Jacoby Shaddix. Yes. That's cool, man. That's really, really cool. Chris was super, super nice last time he was here. And this song, this is Leave a Light On from Papa Roach, which is the answer to, it's kind of the counterpoint to Last Resort. And there's a whole story behind all of this. And that Last Resort song, if you listen to the lyrics, it's intense. It's about somebody who's wants to end it all, and it was apparently based on a friend of theirs, but Jacoby had said later on it kind of became his story as well.
Well, he just said on the way out, the most important thing is whatever you do, even if it's not part of this, reach out to someone. If you have for a nanosecond of thought, I'm wondering, I don't know, I don't want to be insulting, or I don't want to suggest that. Better that you do it.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. All right, we need to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We haven't even gotten to music news, trash and all that stuff. So lesson question, trash and music news. Coming up next.
Preston and Steve
on 92.
Hold on. This way.
All the way down, Marissa. Let your weight pull her. And there it goes.
Wow, that was unbelievable.
In time.
All right, so the issue is go.
See? Here we go. Now you gotta move.
Almost.
Nick was just observing.
That was perfect.
That was the closest
It was
so
close.
far.
And you know what it really
Nick was
was?
sleeping at the wheel.
It was.
I thought we were just trying 3 people.
Lean down. That's it. And to the left. Here we go.
Casey, put your feet
Now we're going.
Hold me.
Dude, it's working. It's working.
I give up.
We got it.
That was. Are you kidding? And in motion, a flowing human river. It's sort of working.
Keep going.
It's just a sea of bodies writhing. It basically looks like a bad orgy. This looks like an inept orgy. This looks like, you know what it looks like? That looks like remedial gym class. Serving, rolling, it's working. And again, remedial gym class.
Oh, my hands are in the air.
And Kathy's head is resting on Preston's ass. Casey's dead, and Marissa's crying.
Is your shin broken?
There's severe injuries, and Nick is just standing there as if he showed up to class late and doesn't know what to do.
I don't encounter people with headphones in other than around here.
Do you know
at work? I don't encounter them that often.
When I'm out, when I go on my hike or when I'm taking the long walks, and there are people who are clearly walking along or jogging or whatever with the headphones in. I don't talk to them. I do the one thing that I do all the time though, Preston, that drives me crazy. When I'm walking and someone is I will nod and smile and I'll say hi, how are you? And even without headphones, people just don't respond to that.
Yeah. Some people don't.
I know that I'm a scary looking dude, but I'm being pleasant. I'm trying to be cordial and just, hey, how are you?
Yeah.
But I rarely get a response.
Whenever I see somebody wearing headphones, if it's on a plane or wherever, I like to go, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? Yeah? People love that.
What are you listening to?
What are you listening to?
I have a perfect moment yesterday when Nick and I were leaving the building to go to Slash the Tires yesterday. God. We took the stairs.
Forgot to tell you guys this.
We took the stairs down.
Yeah.
And there was a guy coming up the other way, a flight up, and we were on the way down. We passed him on the stairs. Nick was wearing a purple shirt. I mean, like a bright purple shirt. And the other guy was wearing a bright purple shirt. And Nick goes, hey, it's Purple Shirt Day. And crickets, nothing out of this guy at all. And we started cracking up immediately. He just was not going to acknowledge Nick whatsoever. And I think he looked him in the eye and said it. And he just, nothing.
Isn't that weird, though? You look and say, how are you?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I was just being friendly. You know? Yeah.
Hi. Or just
looking for a smile.
Hey, yes. Yeah, I guess so. Even I would respond. And I would, yes, sure.
Not everybody is as gregarious and
gregarious. Gregorian monks.
Gregorian. Nobody chants quite like you do, Steve.
Today is Purple Shirt Day.
His head is in his hand.
Gregorian. Nobody's quite as gregarious as you.
Today is Purple Shirt Day.
Oh, God.
Gregarious is what you're thinking.
Oh, but I said gregarious. Okay, sorry. Oh, jeez, oh, man.
Buckingham Palace is now hiring. The Royal Household website has several job openings, including one for a full-time live-in housekeeping assistant.
Oh. This is role for Anne Hathaway.
The listing reads, this is no standard housekeeping role. You'll work and live in stunning historic settings, ensuring that they're presented to their best for colleagues, guests, and, of course, the royal family. Aiming for the highest standards, you'll clean and care for interiors and items from carpets and furniture to historic vases and irreplaceable paintings.
All while constantly being reminded that you're lower-class filth.
You'll take care of guests and support special events, too.
You are, for all intents and purposes, a donkey.
And in an environment where development and training is commonplace, you'll be able to...
You are no longer a human being. You are a piece of mobile furniture.
You'll be able to grow your skills far beyond your immediate role. So the job pays about $22,000 a year.
It's prestigious, though, because once you leave that position, you are in demand.
But what's cool, too, is meals and housing is covered. So you live there and you get fed there as well. So
whatever the queen does not finish will go into a small tray, and you may pick at that.
They give you the scraps.
Yeah. Anything that falls upon the floor is yours as well.
I'm perfect for this job.
And once the royal corgis have finished with their calcan, you can go and eat that as well.
Royal corgis. You're second to the dogs.
Position will include occasional whippings.
The candidate will also get 33 vacation days.
Oh. Well, that's not too bad. Well, that's Europe for you.
Yeah, pension and access to recreational facilities. So you're only getting $22,000 a year, which you would think for that position it would probably be more. But housing, meals, 33 vacation days, pension, access to the recreational facilities. That ain't too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You'll occasionally be called upon to provide sexual favors for the Queen Mama.
But yeah, this community down in Texas, there's a foot fetish guy who is targeting the real estate community, and that's where he's decided, these are the people that are easy to track down.
That guy's pretty threatening, though. I read the article.
Is he pretty threatening?
Yeah, like he says, I know where you are, and if you don't send them, you'll need protection 24 hours a day. That was one of the texts he sent.
Send pictures of your feet?
Yes, or
really?
Yeah.
That's a very malicious foot fetish dude.
Yeah, honest to God, I mean, if that started to happen, I would have to act like I was totally into it. Be like, oh my God, I want to.
Dude, I'll suck your feet.
I'll suck your feet. I want to meet you.
I'll suck your feet harder.
Because he
suck your feet so hard.
Suck your feet so you can't even you suck at sucking feet. I'm a sucking foot sucker.
Foot sucking machine.
I'm a sucking machine. Suck those nails right off your feet.
Right?
All right, you're scaring me.
You've taken it too far.
Right?
I mean, that's just sick, man. You think you know how to suck feet? I'll show you how to suck feet, you foot sucker.
Suck those toenails right off. I'll suck every corner off your foot.
Oh, yeah, Stephen, suck that toe.
Suck
on that
toe.
Suck it hard.
Suck that toe.
That's not how you suck it.
Let me show you.
I never thought I'd catch my daughter sucking a man's toe. But if you're going to do it right like this.
You foot sucker. You foot sucker. We are going to do it right now. And we will give away as a prize for the lesson question a pair of Maury's Piers same-day ride and water park combo tickets.
This is like gold.
Yeah, this week's big friggin' deal, by the way. The question I have for you is, what is the name of Nell's new AI rap? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. What is the name of Nell's new AI rap? We played it for you earlier. 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer to that.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All righty then. We'll get some stories while we wait for your call. Steve, what's going on this morning?
So get this. Even though Real Housewives star Kim Zolciak and Kroy Bierman are legally separated, both are still living in the same house and have to schedule times to use a shared closet. In addition, both Zolciak and Bierman must use a reservation app called Open Toilet when they need to take a dump.
Hey!
Megan Thee Stallion joined by special guest Cardi B for a super sultry version of WAP during her Madison Square Garden concert Tuesday night. So WAP was the puh that many people in the first 10 rows had to be rescued by lifeguards.
Oh my God.
And finally, a judge stepping in to temporarily block the scheduled auction of Graceland, Riley Keough, argued the historical need to preserve the place where Elvis nailed her grandmother in front of a chimpanzee. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Oh, my God. All right, let's see if you know the answer to this question. What's the full name of Nell's new AI rap? 215-263-WMMR. And we're going to go to Brian, see if we get that answer. Brian, morning, bud.
Hey, Ladybug, your house is on fire. Your kids are dead.
Yeah.
That's his twist on it.
That's my twist on it.
Sure, yeah. All right, Brian, what is the name of the Nell's new AI rap? What's it called?
Is it gin and squirrel juice?
Yes, gin and squirrel juice. Hang on. Brian just got a pair of Maury's Piers same-day ride and water park combo tickets. It's this week's big friggin' deal. For a limited time only, you can get a same-day ride and water park ticket to Maury's Piers for just $70. That's $50 savings per ticket for unlimited rides on 3 piers and both water parks for a whole day. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deal.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! I can handle things. I'm smart.
Brought to you by Team Foster. You can join Team Foster at Rough Ride Philly and raise funds to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. June 1st at the 23rd Street Armory. Info at roughride.org. That's RUFF ride.org. I'm going to start with this. Our buddy Brent Porsche, who's going to be broadcasting live from Icona Diamond Beach tomorrow afternoon, had an interview with Shinedown drummer Barry Kirk, or is it Kirch? I think it's Kirch, about the band's new Hot Sauce.
Hot Sauce?
Yeah. The band is collaborating with Torchbearer Sauces, which actually... It's based in Mechanicsburg, actually.
Really?
Yeah. And they have Symptom Chipotle Garlic Sauce, which is a nod to their song, A Symptom of Being Human. There's a video of Brent trying out the hot sauce in the studio, and you can watch the interview and get hot sauce recipes at WMMR.com/Brent. Barry also gives an update on the status of new Shinedown music coming soon. So if you want to check that out, Brent's got it all for you at WMMR.com. I was sent this morning. This is pretty cool. Backstage Auctions is presenting the Alex Van Halen collection. It's going to be June 1st through the 9th, and it's an opportunity to see many of his instruments and gear go to new homes. The collection features over 350 lots with a wide array of memorabilia such as drum kits, snare drums, kick drums, road cases, drum heads, cymbals, gongs, sticks and mallets, personal items, record awards, autograph pieces, and more. And each lot will come with a personally signed certificate of authentication from Alex, which is a collectible in itself.
So just on instruments alone, that's going to be pretty wild. What is that site you talk about where they sell instruments?
Reverb. Yeah.
Right. So they're used instruments.
Yep.
People can pick them up for a lot less than you'd pay.
It's a great place to go.
Yeah.
It's essentially eBay for musical instruments.
Right.
So. But a few of the select standouts are the legendary 5150 Tour Kit, the 2015 Tour Kit, which was the last one he ever used in concert.
Wow.
His personal collection of vintage RIAA record awards, the exceptionally rare Rosewood snare drums that helped define his signature sound. He is also selling his gongs, a kick drum from the early backyard party days, and even a piano from the Van Halen family home.
He also has a lawn dart signed by Cisco.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't even know he was a Cisco fan. Alex said, I kept all these drums, cymbals, heads, and other kinds of gear, instruments, and road cases in my warehouse for decades, and it will bring me great pleasure to see them end up in the hands of my fans and fellow drummers. I said a portion of the proceeds will go to the Ride On Therapeutic Horsemanship Charity to further support the services that they provide to those in need. So Alex and his wife have been longtime supporters of Ride On Therapeutic Horsemanship. They promote the welfare of at-risk youth and people with any type of physical, intellectual, or cognitive disabilities by means of equine-assisted activities and therapies.
Believe it or not, there have been many cases, I've seen them. Whitney Cummings had equine therapy, and she says it turned her life around.
That was my cousin's occupation for a while. She worked with horses, and she would help kids, especially with physical disabilities. But, Steve, it more often than not worked wonders.
It's amazing.
So it's near and dear to Alex and his wife. So that collection, pretty cool stuff. I perused it. There's some really cool stuff in there. Train founding member and bassist Charlie Collin has passed away at the age of 58. According to his mother, he fell in the shower while he was house sitting in Brussels, Belgium, where he had relocated to teach and record. Yeah, and listen to this. His body had reportedly gone undiscovered for 5 days.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah, and he slipped in the shower. I guess maybe hit his head. I don't know.
That's horrible. 5 days.
Frontman Pat Monahan paid heartfelt tribute to his prior bandmate, saying, when I met Charlie, I fell in love with him. He was the sweetest guy, and what a handsome chap. His unique bass playing and beautiful guitar work helped get folks to notice us. Monahan finished a tribute by saying, you're a legend, Charlie. Go charm the pants off the Angels. Colin was part of the group's meteoric rise to fame, enjoying mainstream success with hits like Drops of Jupiter and winning 2 Grammys before his departure in 2003.
Why did he leave?
Sad news. I don't know. I'm not really sure. And then the last bit of info I have is Beck is embarking on a unique 2024 U.S. tour, performing greatest hits and reimagined deep cuts alongside a different full orchestra for each show, including powerhouses like the Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Orchestra of St. Luke's at Carnegie Hall. And he will be performing in Philadelphia on July 25th. Now, I saw this in a prep service we get, so I didn't see if he was performing with the Philadelphia Orchestra or not. I would assume that he is. Nick, if you wouldn't mind seeing if there's any details on that announcement. Yeah, the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center TD Pavilion.
That's cool.
July 25th. And it'll kick off July 3rd in Washington at the Chateau Ste. Michelle Winery. And the show promises a special experience for fans to witness Beck's catalog reinterpreted live. The musician has also announced the possibility of reimagining albums like Odelay and Morning Phase for the big event. Tickets are available via Ticketmaster. So that's pretty cool.
Amazing.
I bet they'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And that is what I have in music news for you. All right, one final break to take. We'll come back in a second, get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then we get out of here and get set for tomorrow and the Keenan's broadcast in North Wildwood. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're right, Casey. Turn it right back around on him.
Right?
Just out creep him.
Right.
If you possibly could. I wouldn't have the balls to do it, though. There's no way.
Suck your feet. I'll suck up to your. I'll take your whole foot. I'll take it all the way up to your knee.
Up to the ankle.
No, yeah, I'll catch up with you later about that. All right.
Hold up.
What? Whoa. What are you doing?
There's a Squirtle right there.
A what?
A Squirtle.
A Pokemon?
There's a
Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Oh, yeah? Where is he?
He's like.
Where is he?
Like right by your balls.
Right by my. Right here?
Yeah.
Right there?
Well,
I got him?
A little higher.
A little higher?
A little bit.
I
Keep
got
going.
him.
I'll get him!
Ow! 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 Ow!
Did I get it?
You got him?
Got
All
him.
right. Yeah! Woo!
It was Aaron Paul.
Paul?
Right. So he tweeted yesterday that he had done this thing on Siri, which suddenly took off. It became
Yes, I want to hear this.
Right. So if you ask Siri to divide 0 by 0, it has a very bizarre response.
Okay.
And we have the audio.
All right, here we go.
Imagine that you have 0 cookies and you split them evenly among 0 friends. How many cookies does each person get? See, it doesn't make sense. And Cookie Monster is sad that there are no cookies. And you are sad that you have no friends.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. That's awesome. I love it.
So I showed that to my kids yesterday.
What are they doing it on?
They got a big kick out of it. And then
it works. It clearly works.
So now my son does this thing where he asks Siri, "Hey, call me. Hi, Grandmom." Okay. And then.
It's amazing.
But you can tell me in Siri settings.
Oh, I didn't do it right.
That was good enough.
Try it again. Try it again.
Why don't you paraphrase what Siri will say?
It'll say.
Here, let me do it.
Hey, Grandpa.
Maybe try not yelling it so excitedly. How about I try this? One that we're familiar with and won't drive you crazy. I have my phone right here.
Okay.
All right.
A common phone
and
that
so I
you might
asked
find in
Siri,
anyone's home.
I asked Siri to say this.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Siri, can you say, "Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Baba to ba to Baba Badu Gaga Bapadop"?
Who, me?
And is that what happens?
No, it will repeat it. But all right, so I guess my kids have this.
Yeah, you whore. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Casey, why did you throw "Hey, Grandma" in there?
Because that's what my son was doing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you ever asked it if it loves you?
No, but I've
I haven't.
Who, Siri?
We're better as friends. It
Really?
responded, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Siri, do you love me?
I'm still working on the grandma blah 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 crap.
All right, so anyhow, here we go. Here are a couple things. What is 0 divided by 0? You get an interesting answer. When is the world going to end?
Tomorrow.
Is the one to ask. What does the fox say? Which is, the song.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. Hi, Grandma.
Grandma's here.
I'll give you. It has the answers here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Read me a haiku. Or no, I'm sorry. That's not the answer. This is an interesting question.
I asked you to do something for me.
Well, I don't give a rat's ass. Read me a haiku, or I'll shut off your heating system.
Want to welcome the following: Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Connor Barwin, and they brought with them a rookie. We have Jordan DeWalt on DJ.
Not bad at all.
Casey came up with this plan to have guys from the Eagles in, and we wanted to have offense and defense represented equally, which we have here, which is really cool. So if you guys don't mind, we'd like to play a version of the Family Feud. Starring the Philadelphia Eagles, offense against defense. All right, so here we go. First question. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date. All right, Lane, what do you want?
Clean your teeth. I don't know.
Your teeth.
You brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth. Yes. Mouth. Mouth is the number one answer.
You guys,
so they automatically
control the topic.
You guys get to control the topic now. Okay, so Jason, name something you make sure to clean before going on a date.
Armpits.
Armpits. Nope. Sorry. That is
okay.
answer.
One more.
One more strike.
Yep.
Okay, and let's go back to you, Lane. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date.
Maybe your room if she's coming back or he's coming back.
That's
Let's check thinking. Survey says. Incorrect.
That's terrible.
That means we go over to Connor and to Jordan, and they're discussing this right now. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date. Remember, we polled Preston and Steve show listeners. Jordan, what do you want to say?
Your car.
Your car. And Casey?
That's good.
Survey says no. Oh, man, I wish we could all see these so we could say them, like they do on the show.
All right, go ahead. You say them.
Your turn now.
Number 5, underwear. Number 4, the bathroom.
That's stupid.
Clean the bathroom.
Yeah.
Number 3, your ass. And number 2, your balls.
I was going to go genitals.
Genitals would have been good. All right, so who's got the sounder? Jordan? Are you up or is it Connor?
Connor.
All right, Connor's got it, and we have Lane who's got the sounder over here,
Is it
right?
me or you? I just went.
Yeah. All right, whatever. What food do human testicles most resemble? All right. Connor was tapping you, Jordan. He wanted you to buzz in. All right, Jason, what do you think? What food do human testicles most resemble?
How about eggs?
Eggs. And survey says yes! Right. Number 3, we also would have accepted deviled eggs. That's
Someone's got some very smooth balls.
Back over to the defense. What food do human testicles most resemble?
Well, no.
Jordan's thinking about it. Yeah, they get a chance to answer.
Beets.
Okay. Beets?
What?
Whoa. Wait. Dude, how big are your balls? Beets?
I mean, you are.
And are they red?
He might be right.
Survey says no. Sorry about
When
that.
I get shy, my balls turn red.
All right, let's go back over to the offense and find out what are you guys thinking. Lane, this is your chance to answer. What food do human testicles most resemble?
Plums.
Plums. That is a good answer. Let's see what the survey says. No. Incorrect.
I think plums is a perfect
with plum. You know what?
Correlation.
That's technically.
What?
No.
No. All right. No. All right. Then let's go back to.
It's like that. It's like that. Huh?
To Jason. Yeah.
You're getting hosed.
What food do human testicles most resemble?
I'm guessing that was a fruit that we were. I'm gonna go grapes.
Grapes. And the survey says no. Incorrect. All right, back over to the defense. Guys, what do you think human testicles, or not human, human testicles.
Hey, he's using his phone.
My phone was, Google was no help.
Think about the shape and size and what food might resemble that.
What are they?
Like a sausage ball?
A sausage
ball. A meatball.
A meatball. He says surveys.
He said sausage ball. I don't think this is acceptable.
Survey says yes! And the defense steals it.
Wow. Sausage ball.
The other answers were number 5, Rocky Mountain oysters, which are testicles.
Yeah, so that's not
accurate. But it's a food. It's a food. And number 4, and this is why I almost accepted plums, prunes, which are dried plums,
I think
right?
they are, yeah.
Yeah, so that should count.
Well, the judges said no.
No, the one judge said no, and he should change his answer right now because he's wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, son.
Number 1 food that human testicles resemble: walnuts.
Actually, that's good too, yeah.
All right, Lane and
Final
Connor.
one. This is where it all comes down.
All right, here we go. Which Philadelphia Eagle is most likely to sleep with a teddy bear? Oh, okay. Lane jumped in right away. Who do you say?
Say Jason Kelsey.
Survey says no. This is according to the people that we surveyed. Let's go over to the defense. What do you guys think? Which Eagle is most likely to sleep with a teddy bear?
Say John Dornbos.
Dornbos. Survey says number 5 on the list. That is absolutely correct. All right. Who do you think are the people that we surveyed said?
Well, I'm going to say Brandon Graham because his nickname is Teddy Bear.
Great musician. 10:52. And the Preston and Steve Show this Thursday morning, wrapping up the program. We will not be wrapping up tomorrow's program this late.
No.
We'll be wrapping up tomorrow's program way earlier than this. By 10 o'clock at least. It just, the room gets away from us if we go any longer than that.
I don't know any better way to explain it than to say we all wear broadcast quality headphones.
Mm-hmm.
We can't hear
those
each
pressed
other.
up against our heads, you can't hear anything.
We can hear each other.
Yeah. Yep. It's hard to hear each other talk. So we've learned after years and years and years of doing this that the best bet is to wrap that sucker up by 10 a.m. We'll put an alert into Pierre so he is aware that we will be ending at that time. And but it's just it's a hell of an event, man. It is ballooned into something. It's gotten away from us in a good way.
Yes. Once you know it for what it is, and we embrace it.
And by the way, if you're going there, we're going to be giving away this Phoenix Beach Buggy tomorrow.
Yes.
This thing is, you guys have been raving about it to finally see one on the premises here. Oh, man.
Right?
You can see why it's so popular on the beach.
Yeah, so somebody is going to win that tomorrow, right?
Yeah. What am I hearing?
My heart.
Insurrection by Lamb of God.
I don't know why I'm still hearing that. But anyway, so it will be for people in attendance only.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's going to leave with it tomorrow, possibly, if you can get it out.
Yeah.
But we'll see about that. But it's pretty cool. Do we want to mention how we're going to do it? Or?
I mean, that's up to you. I'm totally down with it. If you're totally down with
Go
it.
ahead.
And,
sure.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Casey has taken Sonny the Seagull plush toys.
Yes.
Which is a very popular item from Maurice Piers. It's a seagull with a French fry in his mouth, with a Curly's fry in his mouth.
Oh, that's funny.
And people love these things. And Casey has stuffed the beach buggy full of them. And people are going to try to, it's like, when you have the giant gumball jar, you try to figure out how many are in it.
It's just that simple.
And those who, if we have only one person that guesses the correct amount, then they win.
Yep.
If multiple people guess the correct amount, we will draw randomly from that group of people, and we will give them the Phoenix Beach Buggy. We bought one immediately when we got our beach house because Casey gave it this raving endorsement, and it's awesome. Like people ask us about it all the time. Where did you get that?
Yeah, I would
It's
think, it's definitely worth the money.
Oh, man.
Especially,
I've seen people struggle just dragging, quote unquote, dragging their beach thing that's on wheels across the sand. You don't have to drag this thing.
This is us at the beach sitting there going, look at them over there. Look at that.
That's so amusing.
That's adorable. Look at them.
You're all fools.
So we will give that away tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah. Along with concert tickets, sports tickets, cash, different prizes. So
Sonny the Seagull plush dolls.
that we'll be getting rid of all those. We're going to throw those out in the audience at some point. So
And then Coors Light. We're going to be,
yeah, lots of Coors Light.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you to Jacoby Shaddix and Chris Dorn. It was a pretty serious conversation, but it's a pretty serious event that's taking place. Jacoby is receiving the Public Education Lifesavers Award from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and Chris is presenting him with it. So it was just a message to get out there that if you know somebody who you think you need to speak to, you should speak to them if you can, and help out the organization if you can do that too. All right, we need to do today's letter. You ready, Case? Got you. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
W as in Wildwood.
All right, and we will be giving away tomorrow a 4-pack of tickets to see The Killers, Saturday, September 7th, the Freedom Word Pavilion. Tickets go on sale today. Actually, they went on sale about an hour ago via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com. There's another chance for you to win tickets there. We'll take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show today brought to you by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Coors Light. Presenting us, the Preston and Steve Show, officially opening at the Jersey Shore, live from Keenan's Choose Chill. That's tomorrow morning. So we are looking forward to seeing you there, friend.
We'll see you there, yeah.
Absolutely. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.